qué creen ustedes que estamos aquí? Why are we here? What was the whole point of this meeting?
It was training for the email say for customer service.
Customer service. Oh,
What is
that's
it?
a new one. I didn't remember that one. All right. And what do you think? What do you think, Nancy? Why are we here?
Como lo que sé yo es para codes, training the codes.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that one either. Okay.
Nadie le va a atinar.
Nadie le atinó porque a mí me dijeron otra cosa. El... Yeah, tiene myself prepared here. Y lo más importante, el café. Lo critican, ¿no? A ver, el teléfono apagadito para mí. Ustedes déjenlos prendidos, obvio. Que les llegue la noticia, ¿no? Tenemos 505 minutos. Ok. Alright. So, el detalle. Vamos mejor. Esa presentación así grande. Una conversación sería mejor. Alright, so estaba el historial de esta reunión. Es que estaba con Marta hablando de unas cosas y le llegó una llamada de una queja. En ese momento me quedé callado y empezó a chillar con un cliente que alguien, un recruiter, había hablado enfrente del cliente cosas que el cliente estaba regañando, o clienta estaba regañando a Marta. Que cómo es que ella podía hacer eso, dejar que digan cosas así, que no era cierto, que historia. Los detalles obviamente los tiene Marta en su cabeza, en sus oídos. Pero la resolución, esa fue la situación. La resolución fue, dijo, tienes que hacer algo. Esto no puede continuar así. Yeah. La novela de las 8. So, después del comercial regresamos. Y le dije, hey, esto es fácil. Es, are they on in San Antonio?
Yes. I think.
Hi, Angie. Do we have verbal on them or voice?
No, just voice. I mean, they can hear you.
They can hear me?
Yeah.
There's a microphone here.
All right. Cool.
So,
Can we acknowledge that they're online?
well, she was supposed to log on. I'm waiting for her to comment. She didn't check in, so I'm gonna call her real fast.
Yeah, that's fine. Now, let me wrap it up here. Let me wrap up my introduction. By the time she gets started, I wanted to start it on time because I want to. Remember what I told you about the website? I want to provide this as a video training session. In the future, any new employee would have to go through this first. You know, and I'm talking about staff. But say, okay, sit down. You have an hour. You know, listen to this turkey.
Yeah.
Okay, because this is critical. What we're about to talk about today are the foundations of why we're here. Now, there's two parts to our life. Well, there's more than two, but let's divide everything in two. Tenemos una división de nuestra vida que podemos hacer lo personal, lo profesional. Para ustedes es confuso a veces porque están en casa, en la sala, están haciendo sus mandados y de repente y se mezcla lo profesional con el negocio profesional en el ambiente personal. Y a veces igual al revés, están aquí de repente, little Frankie, Dad. Ya, entiendo. Mi punto es, no es tanto eso, esos detallitos son más que agradecidos. Okay. ¿Por qué? Porque tienen toda la disculpa por no atender o lo personal o lo profesional en su momento, ¿no? Este no es el momento, ¿no? Pero que todavía atiendan las cosas y todavía estén aquí después de todo esto, es más que un aplauso, la verdad. Sinceramente, wow. No son ustedes normales. So, regresando al drama de la novela de las 8, ¿cómo ustedes al estar aquí automáticamente son gerentes? ¿Son gerentes de su tiempo para comenzar?
There's someone to pick up checks.
That's why
Checks.
Someone told him that he could pick it up today. Huh?
Payroll. Who's payroll?
it's not supposed to be yes.
No. A long time ago.
Just tell them to get back here. I mean, don't. That's so. We like the door porque si no van a estar.
Y apaga la luz afuera.
¿Dónde están los cheques?
Yeah.
¿Dónde están los cheques now? Oh. What is your name? Where company you work? I'm JB.
If not, tell her she can see the recording later.
She's just trying to get on the chat.
Can she hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
It'll take about 30 seconds for it to
Yeah, that's fine. I have 30 seconds
There's a 30-second
to
delay.
drink the coffee. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So
So the message is that
I'm gonna deal with this professionally because
This is
professionally.
hi, good morning, you just heard it.
Okay. So I'm gonna deal with that situation professionally, and
Okay.
the way the mechanics of how I'm gonna deal with it is how I want you to deal with any future issues. So you come back to me with this piece, okay? The way I'm gonna break it out for you, and
Just because of
the idea is
Yeah.
human error, okay? Which typically leads to poor customer service, all right? So you make a mistake, what eventually happens? In front of a client, like that one, it comes back to us. Good morning, how are you?
Good.
I'm Jose, you're a Texas Ranger. Was it a Texas Ranger?
Yeah.
You guys
Really,
didn't tell me, I
Pancho?
didn't get the memo.
Oh my god.
I'm actually a Dodger fan, but
Well, what happens is, I mean, I don't know, the client can get upset, we can lose the account or whatever. I mean, a lot of things can happen.
of course, yeah. And that's on the client. We have two clients. Well, actually, we have three. Well, I'm talking about the third one. The idea is we have two clients. On the one side, nosotros somos a la antigua, casamos a la gente.
Yeah.
Traemos a un lado, a un partido, y ahí está el novio, ya nos juntamos y se casan por un tiempo, lo llamamos assignments, right? Ese casamiento, we call that assignments. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
She's not in Texas Ranger gear.
No.
Come and sit over here. This is fine.
You guys know what
You guys have notes or you have good memories? Is that it? Okay, so this training is comprehensive, comprensivo. See how I'm like this? Angie, you have to forgive me. Estamos bien apretados acá. Speaking of a ghost in my head. So, you are managers regardless. Because minimum, you have to manage yourselves.
Yeah.
Minimum. Unfortunately, if that was the case, well, you wouldn't hurt too many people other than yourself if you don't manage well. But what happens when you are managing, 200 people, 100 people, 50 people, even 5 people, all right? What happens now is their fate is in your hands, in your decision making. And typically, we know there's a problem when there's an error. So my question is, what do you do about it? What happens with an error? And let's call that error, well, let's just call it what it is, an error. Mistake. Let's see if my printing is working today. If you suddenly see me shake, I've been diabetic for about 20 years. And what happens in this, one of the symptoms I get all of a sudden is so forgive me. Only worry if I'm on the floor. I'm not on the floor, pues así. So a mistake. I don't know, an employee got there late. An employee didn't run something right, whatever, Payroll gave them the wrong pay rate, what have you. There are errors. Okay, there's only, in the world of errors, you first have to ask yourself, the very first question, is it about knowledge? So Nancy made an error. Okay, I wanted jugo de toronja. But she brought orange juice. Okay, what the hell, Nancy? Right? There's an error. Okay, that shouldn't have happened. All right, so we understand that. Was it because you didn't know that? Knowledge, right? If you don't have knowledge, it's called what? Ignorance. Ignorance is lack of knowledge. I just didn't have it. nosotros nos insultamos with that word, but in reality, all it means is vaso vacío. Right? No hay el conocimiento, you don't have the knowledge that you require. So, you're going to tell me, well, you never told me. Am I right? You say, did I ever tell you? Bring me grapefruit juice? No. You said, well, so the mistake in my head was there's no grapefruit juice. And I said, well, Nancy, but you said you never told me. So, what should I do? What's the solution? Give her knowledge. So, what do we call that piece? And this is why our kids go to where?
School.
Because they get what?
Knowledge.
Knowledge through this word we call education. Now, this is Nancy and grapefruit juice, but what happens if it's an employee out there? All right, so the number one question for you guys, there's an error, someone complains, there's a problem, then you're going to ask yourself the very first thing, do they just not know? And so what's your job then as a manager? To do what? If that's true, to teach. In the corporate world, we don't call it teaching. What do they call it? You guys know what teaching is called? It's kind of, this comes from the sport world. What's it called?
Coaching.
Coaching. So your very first question, there's an error, there's a problem, there's a mistake. First question, do they even know? Okay, and if they don't know, what happens? Then you teach. All right? You make sure. Now they know. Comes the next week. Okay, we're having another meeting, and I see orange juice there again. Oh, that's another mistake, right? Well, wait a minute, that's the same mistake. And yet, I spent all this time teaching and coaching. What the? Right? It's like, ¿qué pasó? That's the other part. When it's lack of knowledge on this side over here, then when the mistake got repeated, okay, assuming that the person, okay, so when you ask your question, there's a mistake, what exactly, do they know? Let's assume you say, yeah, they know. They've been doing this 20 years. Huh, so your coaching, your teaching, your education just went out the window. Because that person's been 20 years now. So then, on the other side, we call this energy through this word. Oh, feel the shaking coming out. Motivation. What is motivation, Pancho?
Motivation?
Motivation. There's two types of motivation. I won't write out the words. I'll just... We call it quiso o no quiso. No,
Yeah.
no quiso. All right. It wasn't that she didn't know. It wasn't that he didn't know. It was what? No quiso. Now the question is what? ¿Por qué no quiso? ¿Me la quiso hacer mala? Right? Why didn't they do it? And so this is where the two things as managers, you guys have to examine the situation and then come up, what are we doing today? Why am I here? Why are you there with pencils and paper? What part? Are we on this side or this side? Because after I looked at the situation, what did I say to myself? Oh, maybe they just don't know. Now, you guys don't even know what you don't know, right? You don't know why you're here. And so what we're going to cover, if you look at, this is my introduction now, if you look at that agenda that I put in front of you guys, this is our roadmap. This is our trip today. I'm hoping, hi, come on in. So as you guys are looking at this is our roadmap, and this roadmap is going to take us where? Away from, and we're going to have an education based on what you see on this paper. So what do we see on this paper? Let's look at it. So we're in number 1. Now, I want to dedicate at least an hour to all of these things, but if it's clicking, we'll move forward. If it's not clicking, then we'll move forward, obviously, and we'll spend a little more time on it. Got it? So the first thing, obviously, is what I'm doing, the introduction. And again, we're looking at human error as the result of why this is happening. All right. And the response as an organization, as good managers, is to educate. All right. If after this education the same mistake happens, then we're going to go to what? So, what is motivate? Let's use something simple for motivation and education, right? So, I don't want this mistake again. Have I told you what mistake? No. Well, we'll get to that in a few minutes. That's really not important because there's a whole lot of stuff there where we can make mistakes without knowing we're making mistakes, and this is critical because what? Huh?
She's the one that needs to be here.
Well, he's taping it, so
So what?
we'll get
Lo
to
voy a
it.
enseñar.
So, getting back to this idea. Okay. So, assuming that the education piece, this education piece gets done, this coaching that I'm doing today, right? It's called many words, training and service, staff development. There's a lot of words for what we're doing. If that gets done and I see this error again, then I'm going to go over to what? Motivation. I'm saying, well, ya no quiere, no quiso hacerlo. She knows what to do or he knows what to do, but they're not doing it. So then, let's use money. You made a mistake. I educated you, I coached you, right, in corporate terms. Now what? You make the mistake again, and I'm going to come to you and I'll say, I'll give you not to make that mistake again. How much am I going to give you? Would that motivate you?
No.
$1,000 would not motivate you. Okay. So then I'm going to say, well, I can't go higher than that. Then I'll tell you what. I'll do what? I'll suspend without pay.
Yes. That would be.
Which one would work better for you? And what is my answer to the idea that the mistake, I addressed it adequately, right?
Yeah.
I said to myself, the very first thing, if you make a mistake, maybe it's because you don't know. So let me educate in this, let me teach, let me coach, okay? You make the mistake again, and now I'm not talking about education, that gets wiped out, and now I'm looking at motivation. What exactly, what you know that should be done, why isn't it getting done? You don't have the right motivation. And there's only two ways to motivate.
Money.
No, two ways to motivate is either positive or negative. For some people, it's money. I use money because it's called a metric. A metric is simply something you can measure. So money's easy to measure, but there's other things, right? Compliments, it's positive. Hey, you're doing such a great job, you know, we're very happy and proud of you. Or, ¿qué la fregada estás haciendo, tonto? Right? Negative. Right? You want more of that? I can give you more of that. If you don't do it right, you better get yourself what? Corrected. That literally is why we're here today, because we are dealing with education and coaching. All right? This is not a bad word, it just identifies what? That you don't have certain knowledge. On the other side, you might have it, you, but she might not have it. So as a team, you need to have it, knowledge. And that you can all, so when she says something, or you say something in separate places at the same time, it's the same thing. You get what I'm saying? And the reason it's going to be the same thing, like, tell me, you guys know what a stop sign is, right? In what part of the city have you gone to the stop and seen a stop sign that's not a stop sign? That looks different. It isn't red, hasn't the, you know, the octangular shape. What exact, even in Mexico, right? What do you get? No, the stop sign, el alto.
Yes.
They're all the same, no matter where you go.
Yeah, what country is.
And this is literally what we're doing today. We're all going to get the green lights together. We'll get all the red lights together. We'll be able to, you know, I can have the confidence of you going to our number one client and for you to go to our last client and say the same thing because it's the right thing. Right? There aren't stop signs just for because. There's a stop sign for a reason. And so we need to know those reasons and we need to know what to say in certain situations. And so, carrying forward, what are we, we'll move into our business model. Now, there are two things that happen in life and how things can be described. We have something, a lot of people call it common sense. You know what common sense is? What goes on first, your socks or your shoes? What goes on first?
Trucks.
How come all of you knew that? That's common. Everybody know. 99.9. Even kids know that. All right? But there's another thing you guys are involved in right now, and this is a business. So how many of you have business sense? And to know business sense, you need to know what? Business. How does business work? Why does it work that way? See, so that you know, okay, you drive it this way, you go this way, you do 1, 2, there's a process that you have to follow to have good business sense. Common sense is not business sense. Why? Because there's different priorities in business, and we'll attend to that. By the way, the business sense is also measured in a positive and negative. You guys know this through your bank accounts. What's good? A plus sign, right? A deposit. What's bad? You say, oh, $35 overdraft fee. Oh. So it's the same way. Business sense is one way that you guys can understand why business is done the way it's done. Because different priorities, it doesn't work the same way. Some of us are very sensitive and we don't want to offend anyone when things we can say, but business sense tells you better let them know not to do that again, or to do it this way. Business sense. Your human sense, empathy, your compassionate side will say, no, pobrecito, pobrecita. Get what I'm saying? So those two do not go together. Your common sense and your business sense are not the same. They're different senses. And so you need to understand, I'm a professional right now, I'm dealing with business, this is how it's done. All right? You can go to the bank and tell them, oh, it's my mom was sick and she needed medicine and that's why I went over $100. And they're going to say, hey, you went over $100? Yeah, you owe us $35. So they're not even going to comment on the mother's story. They're just going to say, where's the $35? That's business sense. See? And when you want to interject your common sense into your business sense, it typically does not work. This is what leads you to then not have business sense. That you think it's the same thing, and it's not. All right, so and what we're going to use as our business model, obviously, is the staffing industry, because that's what we're in. Now, I then, step 3 here, which is the core of what we're going to learn. Okay, all of this, even what I'm talking about right now, is doing what? Just getting you prepped up for what the real class is about. And the real class is number 3 then. Okay, what is number 3? Because the staffing industry, 99.9 of what they do is this department for other companies. What department is this? Human resources. And again, this is a roadmap. We're going to follow this carefully to make sure we touch all of this. EEOC. I put the initials. Anyone know what it stands for?
Yes. Employee something.
Equal
employee opportunity.
Equal employment.
Opportunity something.
Opportunity Commission. They are your highway patrol. They are your Texas Rangers, not the baseball team, the ones with the guns. They do what? They give tickets. They tell you good or bad. Good is by not showing up.
It's not tickets, fines, money.
We're using a different analogy for a second. But my point is that EEOC, all right, one more time, you guys have to be experts at EEOC. Why do you have to be experts? Well, if you don't know EEOC, you don't know what the speed limit is. There are no speed signs. And you're in a hurry, so what are you going to do? Step on it, right? Because you want to get there. You're like, hey, I need to be there. And but there's no speed limit. And then all of a sudden they pull you over and say, hey, you're going too fast. And you're going to ask.
I want to make a point that we already had 2 cases. Okay, the only thing is that they filed against our clients. Okay, and the client lost, by the way, and it cost them a lot of money. Not only the legal fees that they had to go through, but I mean, it was expensive.
Now, is she talking about common sense or business sense? Business sense. See, that's the bank saying, "Hey, look at the expense of this," because again, it's a positive or negative when you get back. Anything you do is a positive or a negative. Get here on time, that's a positive. Get here late, that's a negative, right? Get what I'm saying? That's business sense. That's just not. You can tell me the story you want, but I'm gonna say, well, we didn't have the help we needed if you got here late. And thank you so much for being here on time. You helped us out. That's how it works. That's business sense versus common sense. All right, so EEOC, you guys have to know what the speed limit is. And those are the rules that now, they're like a cop. If you follow the rules, do they stop you? You don't even see them literally, right? You're not even looking. Now, if you're speeding all the time, what's one of your eyes always trying to do? Find out who has a radar gun on you, right?
Yeah.
So, we do not want to go there, and EEOC, and I put it underneath there, because this is the focus of EEOC. What is the focus of EEOC? Quantity and
Quality.
quality. Okay? Now, it's not what's there that's important, you guys know, it's what's you're not looking at that's important. Do they talk about height, age, race, pregnancy or not pregnant? Do they talk about woman or male? What do they talk about? So this, quantity and quality for a highway patrol is speed. Do they care who's driving? Do they care if it's a truck or a car? Do they care if it's a diesel? No, all right? They don't care about that. And so they are gonna look at any case that does not involve quantity and quality as a reason you denied someone or you affected someone in earning a living. We all, one of our freedoms here is we all have the right to work wherever we want. We call it in Texas at will. You guys understand that? At will. The company can let you go anytime you want, and you can leave the company anytime you want. That's on both sides what? At will, all right? So, moving forward, then the rest of the stuff starts looking familiar to you guys. Because the rest of the stuff is what? Something you work with every day. You got involved in this from day one. What you didn't get involved too heavily on was the number A or letter A there, EEOC and all that. I'll get into that in a few minutes and we'll get all that said and done. So your recruitment, your selection, your orientation, and I happen to, that's not a typo, I put it in twice, F&I, your coach, your work assignment, your end of assignment, your coats. And then we'll get into question Q&A and all that kind of stuff. We will get into more profound detail. These are just little places we're going to stop, okay, and talk about more profoundly all of these points. Because it's these points that then comes back to the knowledge. Okay, because we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to educate, right? So when you're done here, what should you be filled with? Well, to put it mildly, you should know the speed limit. Okay, this is what speed I have to go at. I can't go faster, I can't go slower, I have to go at this speed. This is what I have to say or not say. All right? Now, yeah, well, we didn't bring a fan. Do you mind, Pancho, bringing a fan in? Un abaniquito.
Está arriba, hay uno arriba y
Wait, don't we have air
chiquito.
conditioning or what?
It's on. I think.
My menopause is kicking in.
Let me get into this one right away.
That's a different speed limit.
Because this is cultural. This is cultural. Some cultures. Okay, so we're in the white collar world and we're in the blue collar world. What's the difference, Nancy? What do you think? What do you think? What's your name again?
Paloma.
Paloma. What do you think, Paloma? What's the difference between white collar and blue collar?
They're different. Different colors.
Different colors, all right. Your name again is?
Rosa.
Oh, Rosa. Okay. Martha, blue collar, white collar.
General,
Yeah, I'm gonna say she's referring now to the industry we're in.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. You can call it blue collar, white collar. I don't know, is it?
based on that.
You can call it warehouse and office. What's the difference between those two? Well, you can say blue collar and white collar. Why would they? Which one of the two, office or warehouse, is white collar? No idea?
I call it the sweaty one is the darker one. The one that's how I identify it.
What are
Why
those
white?
pants called? Those kind of pants? Denim. Denim.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Jeans.
Jeans, yeah. And what kind of jeans?
Levi's. Yeah.
Blue jeans. Blue jeans. So where do you use typically blue jeans? Warehouse. So blue, right, goes, and they're talking about collar. Huh. So white collar is a white shirt with a tie. It's typically for a businessman is what they put on, right? White, you see in the movies all the time. So white collar is office, blue collar. Now, this is the reason I'm pointing these things out is because this now has to do with language. As managers, you communicate mostly through language. Sometimes you can communicate by, right, just staring you down. Or you go over there and throw a paper somewhere and they look at you, you know, saying, okay, you can communicate that way too, but mostly, 99.9% of the time, it's language. And this is critical. This is extremely critical, okay? Because we have blue collar language and we have white collar language. All right, how are you?
Not too well, but
Oh, okay, sorry to hear that. All right, and this is critical, okay? One more time, this is critical. When you deal in a profession, I'm gonna get away from the white collar, blue collar for just a second, and I want to talk about personal, right, and professional. So there are layers here, and let's start with the professional language. Pro. Oh, let's just call it pro. All right. And then let's call the other one intimate. And let me use a simple word. And which of these, if these are boxes, right, these two here, what I'm talking about, which word, okay, what box does tonto go in?
Internet.
Because I've heard that a lot. Ese es un tonto. Ese es tonto. Oh, yeah, Jose.
Call somebody.
Right? Tonto. Why does this word get used over here so often?
Really?
Well, we use
Where?
it, but
Where does it get used a lot? Warehouse.
Yeah.
All right? And this is one of the words. I've heard the other one that starts with a P. And you can end that in a lot of ways.
yeah.
Okay?
Right? Yeah.
All right. Why is this? What word should actually be used in a pro setting? Look, we're starting here with your agenda here. Look under EEOC. Under A. Quantity and what?
Quality.
Quality.
Quality. All right. How does this have anything to do with this? Professional speak is about quantity and quality. I asked him to give me a case, he can only give me half a case. Is that professional? Yeah, he needs to pick up that box, he's unable to do so. Es un tonto? What does tonto refer to?
Identity?
Well, or what?
Or knowledge.
Or equals whatever you want. Right? You're actually
Say
putting
quality.
them down. Now, the other thing you're actually putting down, according to EEOC, is what? This is called defamation.
Yeah.
Defamation is what? Es un tonto ese allá, all right? And I'm about to hire someone, would I hire that guy? So all of a sudden, what?
Yeah.
Or he can come work for me, but for free.
Pretty much, yeah.
Es un tonto.
We heard that from the clients too.
Here's the other thing. You guys are sponges. What do sponges do?
So,
You take it in. Right? That's what a sponge does. It cleans up, takes it in. But you do not, never get that sponge and throw it at the client. Throw it at an employee. Throw it at a candidate. Never do that. Never, what are you taking in? Anything they tell you. They want to use tonto at you? Okay. What do you give back? Quantity and quality. Okay, you might ask, why? are you calling them that? Okay, oh, because blah, blah, blah. So you go back, you refer everything back to what? Quantity and quality. All right? He goes, well, no es eso, es míralo, está bien gordo. You just became a sponge again, and what did you do? You took it, okay, and you refer it back to what two words? Quantity and quality. You make it so he's unable. He's a what? A forklift driver. All right. So he's unable to drive. He's not doing the quota. He's not. What is it that he's not doing? So you take it in, and what? How do you respond? Quantity and quality. Okay. You do not go into the intimate. Profanity is in the intimate. If you guys go into the intimate, and you yourselves are using very poor judgment, you're not understanding the division. You have, if you're representing a company, Darby Day, you're representing our company, that's a professional setting. And the fact you are going to go into the intimate is a negative. The fact you stay in here, and I'm talking the bank account. Forget the cultural piece. If you guys go into the intimate with an employee, okay, and intimate has many other meanings. The whole point is what? And you're representing the company. That's just a dollar sign with that in front of it. That's what's going to happen. So this comes back to the business sense that we were talking about in a second, okay? And we'll get into that right now. But first and foremost, this is critical. What language are we to use? Okay? Explain why we're here, all right? I'm trying to do what? Educate. I need you guys to think the same way. So when you want to, there's a mistake, there's an issue, whatever it is, the first thing you're going to think is maybe there isn't enough knowledge there. And so in the corporate world, we call that coaching. Now I'm going to educate that person, give them the information they need, all right? And hopefully that mistake doesn't happen again. It happened again. All right, then you don't forget the education, I already did it, or maybe the person has 10 years of experience, well, of course he knows that. Then it's quiso, no quiso, motivation.
Yeah.
All right, why didn't he want to do it? Not he couldn't do it. I told you to write an email, but I don't have, sometimes it's resources. I told you to write an email, but I don't even have a computer. So they don't, I told you to put that in, but where's the clavos? You didn't give me that. So sometimes things do not work out because lack of education or resources. Sometimes because of time. I told you to do it. Give me 500 employees, you have 1 hour. Right? Okay. All of that, remember, you guys are managers to begin with yourselves. And I'll talk about management next. But the idea really is that when you come into a business sense, now you're also managing other people, other responsibilities, and the company itself. Everything you do, you're managing. And I will get into the management aspect right now so you guys understand exactly what I'm talking about. Everything working? Or I pushed it too far back?
No, I'm copying the notes though.
Oh, good. Okay. Oh, you are? Take pictures.
Well, it's too.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. This is a technical aside. Sorry about that. All right. So anyway, we got it? Professional is quantity and quality. So, hey, are you guys hiring today? Allá, buenos para nada? You're a sponge? What do you say back?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Right? Do you respond to buenos para nada, good for nothings, you guys? You're a sponge. Take it in, right? You probably, if it's constant, because there's a word that's very applicable in language, it's called harassment. You're saying something in the end of profanity, for example. You're saying something. Can I tell what religion you guys belong to, just from looking at you? I have no idea. I have no idea where your moral conduct standards bottom line is. Okay? And if I'm not talking to you about quantity or quality and I start using curse words, okay, that then comes to a point where it's called harassment. Okay, because it bothers me so much, I can't do my work. All right, if it happened in they hired a lady to do, you know, those where they change the oil, just as a case study. And she was a cashier charging and all that. But the mechanics over there had a calendar with bikinis,
Oh, I remember that case.
right? So every time that she was, you know, she had to go to the bathroom or something, there over there by the employee lounge was a calendar of bikini girls. And she started feeling so uncomfortable that she told the manager, and the manager said, "Hey, this is a man's world. You know, it's a mechanic shop. You got to deal with it." And so she dealt with it by filing a harassment suit. So like $7 million later, I think this is Jiffy Lube. That was the company that happened
Wow,
with.
really?
Yeah.
Why? Because it made her feel uncomfortable. She felt insecure. She felt, oh, you
Yeah,
know,
maybe.
I'm not like that. You know, why do you have? You don't see me with a picture of a man over here. Why you got a picture of a woman over there? It's a professional setting, and I'm not able to do my job. So she only got some back pay, but then they fined the company the rest. Said, no, you guys shouldn't be doing that. EEOC went in there. Okay, equal employment opportunity. Anyway, so language is critical. If you are using profanity or abusive language in any way that promotes defamation, that means you make them feel less than anything, then that is harassment. And you need to know, how do you deal with harassment, by the way? Remember, you're a sponge to begin with. You're not going to respond with harassment. You do the old-fashioned, take out the paper and the pen and do what? Name, date, time, and you write the situation down. All right, and then you give it to who? Your manager.
Like you do, immediately.
You just
But normally you have to CC him, he's the HR person.
so you.
I wasn't. Okay.
I usually handle all these comments with a lot of people. It's kind of hard in a low room sometimes, but no big deal. All right, my whole point is that that is how you deal with it, because you're dealing with what? Again, you know, professionally. If someone says, "¿Qué hijo de la fregada?" and you say, "Yeah, ¿qué me dijiste?" and you even look menacing, you even approach, that could be considered assault.
Yeah.
Okay, look at what I just said. Just the fact you went like this is what? Threatening, and consequently, under our terrorist laws, right, since 2001, Patriot Act, now that's considered a terrorist threat, and that is a felony. And the minimum they'll do is fingerprint you after they arrest you. You might not spend much time in jail, but
Yeah,
you will be recorded down as somebody who was accused of a terrorist threat, even if you just went. All right, make sense? So let's stay here. We're all in agreement? Sure. I'm gonna have you sign this, so and I have you guys on video too. All right, so let's talk about business quickly. Business. Do you guys know what infinity is? Para siempre.
Infinidad.
La infinidad. There's a symbol for infinity, and it actually the symbol is a number 8, but asleep. So where the number 8 is like this, infinity is actually like this. This is the sign for infinity. Now, this also happens to be the diagram for business. Because we not only, when you have a business, what do? So we're right in the middle of the business here. What do we have on this side? Our clients, right? What do we have on this side? Resources that our client needs. So for example, let's take us out of the picture for a second. We'll come back to us. Let's make that Walmart. So Walmart does what? Who is their client? Who hasn't shopped at Walmart? We've all been, right? So we go to Walmart and say, we need a micro. How many of you have bought a Walmart micro or Walmart anything? Does Walmart make anything?
No.
No.
No, but you can find General Electric, Whirlpool, whatever. You can find all the brands, but that means Walmart doesn't have a warehouse, doesn't have a factory that makes anything?
Not that I
No,
know.
right? They go where? To General Electric and say, hey, send me 100 micros over to the store. So they go out to the world and get resources, get the things they need to do what?
So,
And then what do we give them in exchange? what do they want?
Money.
General Electric wants money, right? So it's and now what is, once they sell it, what do they immediately tell General Electric? Send me another one, right? Hey, it's rare when you go to Walmart and see an empty shelf. I mean, it might happen after Thanksgiving, but pretty much they're always filled. Because at night, what are they doing? Restocking everything. So every morning you come back and do what? All right. Now, if that's how long is Walmart in business for? How long are they in business for?
I don't know, a long time ago.
Or ever, infinity. If
W means workforce, right?
Walmart. For
Oh,
now.
Walmart.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now I'll change it right up to us. All right, so let's make us here.
I don't know that that's gonna make very much sense.
Okay, and over
Well,
here
it's recorded too, so.
Oh.
is the world, right? Blah 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 blah. World. And over here is our client. Now, let's make them like this. Not really sure if he's happy sad yet. What would make him happy? Quantity and quality. He wants our client. Let's take UFP, right? They do what? Wood. They do the trusses and all that. All right. What would make them happy? Quantity and quality. Well, it's not the people they're interested in. They're interested in what the people can do. Right? Send them someone that doesn't do quantity or does very poor quality. Are they? But nicest guy in the world, right? Or nicest worker. Well, you're gonna say they're gonna. Well, he's nice, pero he's hurting my bottom line. Look at all the things he's ruined. He won't be there very long. All right. Quantity. They're interested in quantity and quality. What is this one interested in? Sending quantity and quality. Now, we're like Walmart. Do we grow
Client,
workers?
recruiter, Client, us.
This is Darby Day.
Okay.
Let me use.
I thought it
This
was
is the client, and this is the world. So, the job order comes in. Martha does a great job. She gets us a new client. Okay, the client is a warehouse company. They do logistics. Basically, all they do is receive, put things away, and then wait for orders to then put them back in pallets and then send them off again. So they're so they want what? People that forklift drivers with 5 years of experience. I'll just put FD. Forklift drivers that have 5 years of experience, okay, and are willing to work for $10 an hour. No criminal background, no stealing or anything like that, right? Okay, so that's what they want. Do we have that? Are we going to send a Pancho? No, Pancho's actually here, right? So where does Pancho have to go? So the client gives us the what? They give us the order. Okay? Pancho then says, thank you. He goes out to the world. And what happens with that world? He can't, there's 7,000 million people right now. We're headed to 9 pretty soon, in about 10 years. 9,000 million. Half of them, let's say, qualify for this job. All right. How are you going to find them? Well, that's a recruiting process, right? He does a search. He does a search. He gets the people. Finally, he says, "Come to me," and they say, "Great, you have this opportunity." So they go where? To Pancho. He processes them through codes, through interviews, through whatever, and then what does he do? He sends them off. Right? He says, you qualify, and boom. So he had to go to where? Now, Richard says, hey, we got Paloma, she needs a computer. What is Richard going to do? Does Richard make computers? Richard's going to go to where?
Work.
Right? He's going to look at all the computers, and then finally he's going to bring it back and then give it back to Paloma, and then Paloma's going to say, thank you. Right? This cycle of business is everywhere. And this is now headed to your business sense. How does it all work? Okay. Because if you guys don't get this kind of deal, then you won't understand the negative and the positive. What's missing here is literally this piece right here. What does the client send back if he's happy?
A check.
What does this effort take us, including his salary? We had to spend money, right? Out there. What does the worker we send want?
Money.
What's driving this whole thing?
Money.
That's how it's measured. So when I told you guys you have common sense and you have business sense, okay, business is business. But you have to understand where the root of that business is. Your decisions will affect us, will impact this company directly with money. Okay, you're nice people, mean people, you know, whatever word you want to use. At the end of the day, we'll know through the negative and positive of the balances that are occurring. If we keep sending somebody over here that makes them like this, how much money are they going to send us? Why you? How many of us exist? And when it will look like, just
Half of the world.
Google staffing right now around here, all right, and they basically have the same people we have, right? They're looking at the same demographic, the same market. So you guys understand how this is just, you would have to go to school about 2 or some years to kind of get this, all right, through an MBA program. This is a quick little shortcuts of infinity, and it keeps going on. We're in the middle. We have to go to the world. Now, what does Pancho have to know, if it's Pancho, to go get a worker? He has to have expertise knowledge. Would you, the companies in Grand Prairie, would you advertise in Fort Worth? Would you advertise in Grandview or Hillsborough? Would you advertise for a position in Grand Prairie in San Antonio? Like, he has to have some basic business knowledge of the market. You see, there's other things, and we'll get to that in a quick second. But the idea at the end of the day is that business is regulated through this cycle. Break the cycle. You know, you didn't come to work, or your worker didn't show up, right? He didn't show up. What happens? Again, that's what's happening. You guys are taking, or not you specifically, but the process. Someone promised to come, they applied, didn't come. Right? The client forgot to send a check. All right? It happens. I mean, seriously, it's, boy.
Can we forget to pay the people?
HS Floral, yeah, let's forget to pay the people. How Betty will go back to work. So how important is all the details that we'll get into? It's critical to maintain this flow. Break that flow, that business flow, and now you're getting business sense. Because you say, oh, that's why. This is why I have to do it this way. Now, the EOC part, they regulate how this works. Okay? We have agreements with the client. A contract that says if you know te portas mal, we're going to go where? To the law. And we have this agreement here. You ask us for people, we go out to the world and get the people for you, we train them and get them orientation, and we send them back to you, and you don't pay us? What is that all about? All right? This is how literally the basics of industry work in a capitalistic world. If you're in Cuba or China, it works a little different. But we're not, luckily, right? All right. Any questions on this? Again, this is just the foundation of this. Now, let me get into the pennies. Who are our biggest challenge? We're a very small business, by the way, compared to the rest of the world. So, do you guys know who our competitors are in the staffing world? Richard, I might need your help here. If you don't mind going to Google Finance. Let's say we look up there. He's going to go to Google Finance.
How do you want it?
Just finance Google, and just type it in, Google Finance, Google space finance. And once you're there, search for, okay, so let me give you the big, there's a company, have you guys heard of this company? labor ready. Oh, hey. Have you heard of, well, we'll just stick with these two. Manpower. You guys, these are the giants in the staffing world. There's a labor ready a few blocks away from here. Manpower is also a few blocks. But that's a few blocks from here. A few blocks from there is another labor ready. They're everywhere. I mean, literally, they are everywhere. Their labor ready is so big that labor ready, they changed the name to a company called True Blue. Because True Blue started buying even more staffing agencies. So they currently have something like, I don't know, the last time I counted, they had something like 25 big staffing agencies that got added to them. And they changed this name. This became one of their departments, and now they're called True Blue. Okay, why am I talking about these guys? The reason is I want to look at them, I want you guys to look at them quickly and see what the money they're dealing with. What money are they dealing with? So do you see them? Can you put them up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, just search it. Oh, there it is. Google
What?
Finance. Yeah, you have it. It's the very first one down. Okay, Google Finance. Hit the link there. All right. Put in the search. Put manpower, or put MAN man. Yeah. Let's see.
Right here.
That's it. Yeah, man. Hit it. Over on the left side. So this is what they're a public company. So one little piece of them is worth $106. Okay, hit the financials. Over on the left side.
Stock?
One piece. I happen to own 5 pieces of manpower. All right. Give me the revenue. Give me now. Okay, see your
Revenue
make
here.
it a little smaller.
Just grab it all the way down.
And hide that graph. I'm not interested in the graph. See where it says hide? Hide charts. All right, this is what I want you guys to look at. On top, in millions, so how much is 4,757 million? That's more than any, that's 4 billion. 757, and how, and when did they make that? In 3 what?
3 months.
Multiply that times 4 in a year, right? They're close to a $20 billion company, $20,000 million. So if you break that down per week, they're making that's 13 weeks. All right, 4,700 divided by 13. I mean, they're up in the 200 million, 300 million per week range. All right. Most companies out there don't even make 50 million per year. They're doing that they're multiplying that out. So how big is this company? They're huge.
Very.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do this. Let's do the math really quick. So what's the? Give me the number 47. What? The revenue?
4757.
Okay, 4757. I'll stop right there. All right. That is how much money they charge the clients. Remember the circle there? Okay. Their charging or sending. Well, same thing we do. We send employees. They get to charge the client for that if they have a happy face. That's how much they've collected. That's how much the bank has put in their account. So that's their bill. That's their invoice. Go all the way down towards the middle, and keeping your eye on the left, look for something that says net income. Net income. What is it?
74.
74.
All right.
40.
What? 74 what?
Point 40.
0.4. Okay. So the difference between this is what? Expenses. This is how much money came in, all right? But remember, they had to go to the world and get everything? Well, that's how much money they had to pay for that stuff. And this is how much money they got to keep. Now, who has a calculator on them? Anybody have a
Oh,
phone?
I can do it here.
Oh, you can, okay. Open another tab. And divide 74.4. 74.4 divided by 4757. And do not hit the equal sign. Do not hit it yet. All right. So what we're about to do is we're going to find out from all those billions, right? We are breaking it down to $1. And we want to know from that dollar, how much does manpower keep? How much do they get to keep from every dollar that they've invoiced? What do you guys think? Let's see, go for it. Equals?
That's pretty low.
Hit the equal now.
1.5 cents.
So how much money do they keep after all the expenses? Okay, so if you start with $1, but that's not $1, that's 0. Is it 10 cents? Is it 90 cents? No, that's a 0. And they went all the way to what? A penny. But it's not, it's a little more than a penny because they put 1.5. So at the end, you can actually round. The bank won't let you do it. That's why they put it that way. They make 2 pennies from everything. Think of what I just said, 2 pennies. So what impact will you have if someone doesn't go to work one day? Right? If you have a job order and they don't show up. So assuming the guy gets $7.25 or even $10, okay? How many pennies do we get to keep from that transaction? He gets what? If he works 8 hours, he gets $80, 10 times 8 per day, right? So I work 8 hours, you give me $10, of course after taxes it's less, but let's assume. So I get $80. How much does the company get to keep at the end of that? The employee gets 80, right? What do we keep based on this formula? For every dollar, so we get 80 pennies. Do we even get $1 out of that? And whose numbers? These guys, how much money do they? What kind of computers do you think those guys have? What kind of buildings and beautiful, facades and what have you? They have the money to spend on just about anything. But even at the end of all that, how much do they actually profit? It's less than 2 pennies. So let's assume this huge conglomerate, this huge they're everywhere. They started in England. They're now in Africa. They're in Asia. They're all over the place. They're a conglomerate. They're an international conglomerate. This is just their U.S. part. This is the part you get to buy that's here in the United States. So you can imagine what kind of revenue they have around, but it's the same no matter which the Shanghai Stock Exchange. You can go there and you can buy them also. The point is, this is the industry we're in. We're in a penny industry. Everybody wants dollars, but we're in a penny industry. Go back to Google Finance.
He's
and
got a
just-
razor there. What
Oh, thank you. Started using your napkins. All right, let's do the same thing this time for True Blue. Put up their True Blue, and this is their financial statements. This is what the SEC, the Security Exchange Commission, tells them you have to file this to be transparent. So we know that you're not. We can go back to financials. All right, man, and give me the revenue number.
568.
568. Okay, and then go down to net income.
4.67.
Okay, go back to the calculator. Divide 467 by 568. No, yeah, 4.67.
Wait, I'm sorry.
4.68.
568. I didn't.
Yeah,
Okay,
4 point.
right. Was it 568?
No, 4
I'm
point
sorry.
568.
No,
I'll
no,
get there.
4.67 divided by 568. They make less than a one.
That's the thing.
So again, if it was $1, it's not. That's 0. Is it even 10 cents? No. Is it even a penny? What do you see there? No. What is it?
1.8.
So in the end, you on our side, we could say what?
Penny.
A penny. That's our industry. So the reason I'm even here with you is I'm giving you business sense. You can now proportionally say my decisions, oh, I want this, I want that, or the client wants this. But now you have what? Some business sense in you. Yes, we have a way of doing this. We have to go to the world and get this, and then do this, and then do that. But what is the financial impact of this thing? If they want tickets to the Cowboys, Rangers, and Dallas Mavericks, do they cost a penny? So she has to be like, oh no, I mean, yeah, maybe, but you know, a maybe is a nice no. That's a nice no. We'll look
Depends on
into
the client.
Yeah, we'll look into it. Right. So again, I'll stop here so you guys can go take a quick break and get some caffeine in you, or finish up your meals. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, which means 10. I say Elaborate. All right. Lab on. We talked about the reason we're here. More importantly, it's not a very specific reason, but we're dealing with human error. And more importantly, we're dealing with how to manage human error. And we're looking at how do we prioritize things. What comes first? Does a person's feelings come first? Or does a person's responsibilities that maintain the loop come first? Which ones come first? What do you guys think?
Responsibility.
Responsibilities.
Because which one of us does not depend on that loop working?
You know what?
So if all of a sudden my wonderful tech guy here takes off, right, because of an emergency, then will it eventually affect us? Of course. It is not. It won't just affect me, it'll affect you too.
All of us.
In fact, all of a sudden quotes is down, now what? Right? Internet not here. What do you mean? How
Richard.
Richard.
in his hands, literally, right? And in your hands, and your hands, and your hands are the people that you immediately impact because they're checks. But here's the deal with our system. When you do data entry for checks, you also get to charge the client. So the employee gets paid, but what part of the loop will also get affected? And that's just with him not being here, or you not being here, or you forgetting who you sent, or you not realize I forgot to write it down, that kind of stuff. You're messing with the loop, the infinity loop. And so, when is it not infinity? When will it finish? When you break it, when you erase it. No longer infinity, it will stop. So everybody, so I'm going to get into management now, okay? Management is critical. And again, even though you don't have the title of manager, you manage yourself. Okay? And eventually, in our corporate world, as you grow, you need to have these things even more centered. Everything you get here, by the way, who here is their first job ever? No han trabajado en otro lugar. This is your first time ever working. Or have you had other jobs and then eventually you made it here, in the chain of events? How about you, Paloma? Is this the first time you've ever worked?
Ever worked as?
Just anywhere.
No.
Right. So do you think this will be the last place you ever work? Are you here for life?
No.
No. Our history tells us absolutely not. Right? We will move on. And so why would we move on? We'll move on because of the positive. It's better for us. Self-interest. I'm not talking Darby Day's interest.
We don't.
Right? Because where's your last company's at? The history books. You're saying, esto me interesa ahora. This isn't to my interest now, right? And so what I'm giving you right now is not just in Darby Day's interest, it's in your overall interest. So when you go out there, I know how the business model works. Okay, that's a business model. And so business model, business sense. What is sense? And we'll get into management right now, which will address that. The key word here is priority. Prioritize. Now, we always divide ourselves. This is work, this is my personal life, you're just my friend, blah, blah, blah. We divide ourselves into sections. At the end of the day, that's kind of silly. Freud, famous psychiatrist back in the day, he would have called you dumb. You're just one person. Hey, who are you when you sleep? Boy, it depends on the dream, right? That, in essence, you are one person. Okay, and I want to concentrate on that again. What separates you is what you're prioritizing. How often have all of us who are parents not received a call while you're working? Mom, Dad. No, like, dude, I'm working, yeah? I'm like, can you wait? No, I'm in jail, get me out. Oh my God. Okay, hopefully never for you. But my point is, life does not care what hat you're wearing. If it needs you, it'll come calling.
Yep.
Right? Yes or no? I didn't pay a ticket once, so who came knocking on my door? Constable. I don't like paying those tickets, but anyway, it doesn't matter. My whole point is they don't care where you're at, they're gonna come for you, okay? And I'm just talking the constable, I'm talking like life, you know? And so, it's that critical moment that you have to prioritize. Do I stay working, or do I leave my kid? So no merece, right? Keep them there for a week. My whole point is, well, how do you get to that prioritization? Get to a point where you prioritize your personal life too much, this gets interrupted. Do this all the time, and where's your family? Oh, my family will be in jail, so. At a certain point, before I go to sleep, I better go handle that, right? So, that's management. That literally is management, and you're managing prioritization. But I'll tell you how to do it right now. This is what we're into right now. And again, even if your title isn't manager, you are a manager of your own life. All right? And so to be a great manager, you have to have these 3 attributes. Attributes, characteristics, traits, skills. Let's call them anything we want. So, management. Let's call it manager. Okay. First one. It's not the title. Title are like stripes in an army or a military uniform. Tells you who's in charge, pretty much. But the person could have the title and not have this, they're not a manager. Now, what did I put there? Expert. You need to be an expert. And what? And what you are?
Managing.
So, let's assume, Rosa, I made you the manager of a Boeing 747 company. Oh, no, now there's 777 companies. Big old airplanes. I hired you. You seem like you know what you're doing. In my interview, you know, I'm going to give you $1 million salary, nice parking spot, nice office, and you have 100 new people. And you get the title, operations manager. The only thing is, in 1 month, you got to create a plane. All 100 people don't know what they're doing. They're brand new from college. You got to train them, and in 1 month, you got to fly the plane that they built.
Definitely gotta be an expert.
Would you accept that job? You got $1 million, but I got a feeling you won't enjoy that very long after you. The plane comes crashing down.
Live fast. Live in the fast lane for those 100 days. Party hard, because
Would you accept that job? You got to fly that plane at the end of 1 month with 100 people who don't know what they're doing. You have the title. You even have the salary. Oh, by the way, you have to fly the plane to collect the salary. Would you accept that job? You have a team. You have all the resources. You have all the money, obviously. Could you do that job? Would you be able to manage that job? But what if I change it to donuts, like bagels?
There you go. Yeah, that's a little too technical. Too technical.
Right. And I tell you, go to the store, buy all the ingredients
Yeah.
to make
Stacy.
100,000 donuts in 1 day. Would you be able to do that?
Yeah.
Really?
There you go.
So you know how to make donuts and how to train 100 people that don't know how to train donuts to do it? How would you know if they're putting enough sugar in there? How would you know if they're putting enough flour in there? How would you know? What temperature it should be at? How would you know if the oven doesn't work, what you should do next? How would you, Nancy? Would you accept that one? Remember, the very first...
I'm an expert, yeah.
You're not.
Hire a manager.
I'm asking you as you are right now.
Mhm.
It
Hire a
has
manager.
instructions.
I
You
would-
buy the
I
stuff
would
in a
manage
box
it.
and it comes with instructions. It
Right,
tells
but
you
it's only
everything there.
100,000 donuts that I want in one morning from one day to the next.
Next day.
Yeah, next day stuff, yeah. You gotta manage that plus 100 new employees that don't know anything.
And I have $1 million.
No. It's a little less.
Okay.
But it's significant. You still have a nice parking spot.
Okay.
What kind of manager would you be if you don't know what you're managing?
Not a very good one.
Not a good one, bad one.
I wouldn't even call that management.
It's not.
Because in order to be an expert, you know, I mean, let's just put it in simple terms because that makes the point. You need to know the 1, 2, 3. What comes after this?
4,
And you know that why?
because I know it's 4.
And how do you know the sequence to this? A, B,
C.
how do you know that? So if I come and say you're wrong, 5 goes after B.
No.
There.
I'm
You
an
s-
expert in counting. Baby.
I- You can almost, I mean, you didn't think, right? You just said, no. Were you like remembering your ABCs?
No.
No, all of a
That's
sudden you
fake.
said what?
I know what's wrong.
You are an expert in what? Counting, in sequence, right? We all know our ABCs, right? We should all know that, except me. I think it's AB5. You're gonna say, hey, sit up, sit down. What exactly? What do you do here? Sit down. Let me explain, and then you would do the educational piece. Next time I make that mistake, oh, I already taught you that. You just don't want to learn that. Why not? So I'll give you $1,000 to learn it, or I'll kick you in the butt if you don't learn it. See, motivation. So, you guys get the mechanics of how that works? And you also, if you want to be a manager, what do you need to be first and foremost? An expert. And the expert means instantly you know what follows. So, if you knew, Rosa, if you knew how to build a plane and you saw a guy, as you walk into the line, and you see some guy trying to twist a screw into a part, and you say, hey, that doesn't go there. Martha walks around warehouses, where the hell are your boots? And just like you said, no, that's how she is with safety. Right? Get what I'm saying? Some guy comes in here all drogado, no, hey, I want to work, what the hell? No. Instant. Am I getting to you guys what management, the very first prerequisite is? So if you're going to hire a manager, what is the first thing I want to know?
If he's an expert.
His expertise.
What could tell me that if I haven't talked to them? Resume. Why?
'Cause they
What am I looking at in a resume?
experience
Which means what? What does experience mean?
what they do.
Knowledge. Knowledge. All right? And I can test that knowledge through situational role playing. What would you do if, right? What would you do when? And look, I got all these pieces, but why didn't it fly? All right? And then the expert would say, but did you, and they're going back to the 1, 2, 3s of whatever we were talking about. You get what I'm saying? Do you have to be an expert to hire an expert? You wouldn't hire an expert. If you know the law, why would you need a lawyer? Right? If you know accounting, why would you need an accountant? No. But you get the feeling really quick with the results. What's happening? Because an expert will also not know what? What comes next? We want that, but that could be, what comes after 35? All of us are at 36. But a non-expert would say, I'll get back to you. I don't know. Right? They won't say I don't know, but they won't answer you right away, or they'll answer you with some mumbo jumbo. Right? You get what I'm saying? Do you guys answer with mumbo jumbo stuff? Do you have an opening here? Are you an expert? Let me see. Let me quiz. How many forklift drivers do we have in Red Curve? You should have asked me working or not working.
Active.
Active or inactive, right? How many warehouse workers do we have? In 750-50. That's that's a good answer. A lot. Is that an exact number after 35? It could have been better, like more than 100, less than 1,000.
Do we know how many people we have in our database?
Of course. There's the database guy. Ask him the question.
How many applicants do we have?
I'd have to pull it.
I'd like to know. No, I'm serious.
So-
I'd like to know.
And as I started this little circle of questioning, what are we looking for? So Paloma, how many phone calls come in a day? See, stop. My whole point is, what do you need to manage this place? How would I know that enough phone calls come in here that require even a full-time person, maybe a part-time person will do it? Do we know? Do we keep track? Are we experts in this field? If we're not, then we're not what? Managing. Because what are you going to manage? You have no bricks to manage. You can't build anything. You have no clue. Get what I'm saying? All right. How many no-shows and no calls in the last month?
More than 100?
Okay.
That's in a year.
Am I getting to you guys? Okay. So then that's number one, being an expert. Number two is sociable. Your social skills. Okay, so back to those 100 employees I'm going to give you that are highly educated, they're knowledgeable, they studied the books, they've never worked, okay? How are you going to communicate? 25 come from China, 25 are gritones, 25 are very quiet, and another 25 are non-stop chatters. Blah, 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 blah. How are you going to group them all? How are you going to deal with the Chinese, the Mandarin-speaking people, Chinese-speaking people? There's more than 2 languages in China, so when you say Chinese, which of the 2 Chinese are you referring to? Mandarin is the major one. So, anyway, how do you handle those people? You don't speak Mandarin, do you? And how are you going to deal with the gritones, los enojones, the real angry ones, the real,
How do you?
Why the hell are you telling me that? Oh, I'm your manager? I need you on that line. Oh, you should have said so.
What do you guys think about when you say that?
How do you
How do you deal with the gritones?
You become sponges. But you answer with quality and
Yes.
quantity, right? The other word for quality and quantity is process, operational process. I need you to do the 1, the 2, the 3. Whatever you, and you need, let me know when you're done.
Yeah.
Okay? You have 5 minutes to get started. I need to know where you're at in an hour. What did I call you any names? Am I an enojon? Am I a social?
So we are
Professional.
sponges and react.
We do not respond with negativity.
We
When you
respond-
guys come with negativity, they will come with
Yes.
negativity at you. You come back with professionalism, quantity and quality, time management, those kind of things. Well, we'll get into all of that in a few seconds. But the idea at the end of this whole concept is, again, what? How to be not just a manager, but a great manager. And so what if you don't, like all the questions I asked, they're damn good questions about our industry and specifically about our business. If a client asks, hey, how many forklift drivers do you have? Richard. And then Richard, I'll have to look it up. And the client is, we don't know. And you're in this field?
So
In
how
the
I come
system.
up with the amount is with Paloma. Normally I see her report at the end of the day. So you see between, I would say, about maybe 15 to 20.
Pull
new
up
applicants.
codes on that, yeah.
But that 150 a week.
All of you guys have
So
access,
about-
all of you
about
guys have access to
150
codes?
300 employees in a week, so I'm gonna go the
Yeah.
low end, 150 and a week, times 52 weeks, it comes out about 7,000 in a month. We've been, I'm sorry, in a year.
In a year.
7,800 in a year, so we've been open for 5 years, okay, so you can just imagine.
135.
How many of those are
Yeah.
forklifts?
50,000.
Yeah.
35, 40?
I would say at least 30% of that are forklift.
15,000.
So you have that big number. are you only doing the data entry? So you're processing them correctly, right? Forklift drivers versus
Now, when
general
you're,
labor?
when you're in there, let me know, and we'll answer all these
Some of them
wonderful little questions you guys have.
Alright.
When
Okay,
they're already
moving
done
on
that,
to-
people might
moving
have,
on.
right?
No, because all I have to add is the social and the tax forms.
Let me, all the questions that I asked you are a couple of clicks away from you knowing exactly the amounts. Because what kind of forklift? Sit down or stand up?
Yes.
Get it? All right. How many drivers? A or C? I mean, what is it that you want to know exactly? Only Grand Prairie? All of Grand Prairie, or just the zip code in Grand Prairie? Like 750-50, or how about 750-51? Man, programming your butt off.
Yeah, I'm working, so I'm cleaning up, I gotta clean up my desktop here.
Yeah, 'cause we can have
Window M will do it.
40, but nobody qualified for Gary because we don't have a double.
Sit down, double wide.
Yeah.
Who? Yeah, we come across that. It's rare we'll come across a sit
So
down,
you
double
can
wide
have
forklift
you can have
operator.
a 500
for 10,
forklift, but nobody have the
whatever.
skills that
That he's looking for.
double fork.
Oh, Gary
Yeah,
Wagner.
in our system, we probably have what, 10? And they're probably working already, right? I'm saying the whole system, because we have,
But the other problem is that he doesn't pay that
yeah,
much.
that's another issue
Yeah.
too.
Just like-
I can find one on ZipRecruiter
All
for
right.
I see that we're getting a lot of applicants for,
Already ready to go to somebody.
did you call, did you see?
She's on the, to reach out to her on Monday and have her scheduled for Tuesday. I want to,
It's him.
people for her. Yeah.
Does he see him? It seems like
Yeah, she's gonna shoot it all to him.
yeah, because it's him, it's
Yeah.
him. So I'm assuming
And
he's
they're
the
good,
main guy.
they're really good, resumes.
They
and
don't want to
stability.
train, right?
Yeah, the backgrounds are good, so these are gonna be a nice little, group of people that we're sending over first. If he wants to interview in a group,
Yeah. Pancho, maybe we send someone or Alba to go check in those people because it's our first big order.
Where?
All right. You're there. Okay, open up a job order, just any job order.
Nope. You wanna, from,
A new, just a new one for it. Just click add. That's fine. Add. Okay. All right. So he's gonna click on search. Remember, you're in the job order section. Way at the bottom. Yeah, search. And now click on forklift. Equipment, or where is that? On the left side.
On the
Warehousing.
bottom.
Warehousing. Click on forklift. Okay. Now, see way at the bottom in the center is use. Say use. Now, way over there on top, the tabs, there's one miscellaneous, hit that one. All right, add a zip code. 75050. And again, click use. And now, click search.
I bet you guys may not do that.
Nope. I did. They've showed.
Here are everybody that's been entered into codes that has said they know forklift. And in what zip code?
Right.
75050.
So we could put multiple zip codes on there.
You can say, I want to search for forklift 5050 and carpenter. You go carpenter, forklift. And this, you can print out that list. Now this is something sales should, because how are you going to sell something that you don't know you have or don't have? How many electrical people do we have in Dallas or in San Antonio or what have you?
5%.
You just go in there, click, and these are the people. Now, what I wanted to do eventually, and this is up to you, is I want to profile that information up on the web so that our clients, without names, can see. Hey,
Oh.
now I wanted to take a picture of everybody, kind of like a photo ID, and put them up. Say, who do you like? This is our inventory.
Oh
You want
my God.
forklift drivers? We have all these guys.
You're selling people.
And I'm gonna,
That's what we
and,
do.
and we're gonna go into some key words right now that will associate and will sell our product. Just like when you guys have, you go to a store, sales, they put sale, right? 50% off. All right. Oh, that gets your attention? Well,
Yep.
what I'm talking about will also get your attention, and we'll get into that in a second. Actually, we'll get into it now.
How are
But
you doing
The second,
That's
the second piece, you can print that list up and we'll give
In the
you.
report.
Okay, now, the management.
How many page? Oh, it's individual?
I think it's like 170 now.
There is a way to pull that data.
It's
Well, we'll get it done in a second. That's codes, but this is part of the now that is part of what the recruiter should know, obviously.
If you,
Because as soon as your job order comes in, what's the first thing you should go do? Open a
Yeah,
job
sure.
order and find out how many are actually in our database.
es lo que estamos haciendo, ¿eh?
Yeah, that's what
they
it
already
shows.
know.
There you go. All right, so getting back over here, guys. So now we did the expert thing. That's part of being an expert, see, in your industry. Yeah, I'll let you know. Right? I asked questions, no problem. I mean, nobody memorizes that stuff, but you
But
should
we
know
can
every
have
day
codes in our
where
phone,
it's at.
right? I think, right,
Yeah.
Richard?
Do what?
Codes in our phone, because Abraham said that we could have.
Yeah, but the interface is very difficult
Yeah.
because this is a Windows machine, so it needs a pointer. It's not a touch screen. Oh, you're printing. I thought someone was hitting the door, you know, I was like, oh, that's weird. All right, anyway, we'll get back into that. But again, as you see, as I'm proving to you, this kind of information, whoa, what kind of, you become an expert, how well can you do your job if you become an expert? Right? Tremendous. The more praise you get, the better you feel. If you're not an expert, and what am I doing here? Otra vez, that kind of stuff. It becomes laborsome, worrisome. There's a certain point of depression. You know, no way out. I wish I could do something else that made me happier. But you become an expert at something, what happens? People come to you. And pretty soon, just the fact they come to you and you're solving problems, that feels good. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it didn't feel good getting my kid out of jail, you know? But I felt like, hey, I did my dad thing. You know what I'm saying? I hope you learn from it. And so, when you fix problems, not just at work, but in life, it becomes part of who you are, and que fregón eres o fregona. That's more intimate talk. But you become
A badass.
a bad guy. The second quality, there's only 3 qualities you guys need. Okay? And they're all interchangeable. They're locked in. You cannot just say, well, I'm an expert, but I'm not social. Because then at that point, what happens? Then you're no manager. You're no manager. Because here's the part, those 100 people that I was going to give you, Rosa, to build that plane, and the $1 million, but you had to fly it. And nobody, not you nor them, were an expert in building planes. So, you know, it's impossible. You weren't able to do that. But the social aspect then is the next part. How do you build teams? If you're a manager, you got to know this. You got to know all of us are these 4 things at one time or another. What are we? Angry. We could say social or sometimes very well. There's an industry that deals with an hour called happy hour, right? So all of us are at one time angry, happy, calm, calmado, calm, and at the end, you think or you're analyzing. Should I or should I?
We
Which one
have
is it?
one of each employee here that it describes.
However, depending on the situation, one of these we are all right now. We're also a second one of us here. Right now, the second one, or I hope the first one, but I don't know, is the thinker.
Oh.
Are we thinking about this?
Thinking.
Okay, are we analyzing this or not? The whole point is, if I recognize that in one, how am I going to build a team of 4? I'm going to put 4 people just like you, or maybe 5, 6. I'm going to put 6 people together, and they're all number 1s.
Oh, God.
That group.
Not if they're a football team.
Oh.
I make my quarterback a number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, all right, I can get these angry guys to go that way. Attack those guys. Don't attack each other. It depends on the situation. It depends what you're doing, right? Sometimes a client, Wagner, for example, they want to unload. Do you want to send 5 all calm people?
No.
No.
They're gonna be lazy.
You got to team build. And in order to team build, the very first thing is you got to know what position are you. Ooh, okay, where am I going to put you? If you're just a happy, hey, blah blah blah, you know, salespeople are known for that. Happy, they're all, you know, they're very approachable. They make you feel good. The problem with them, what do you think is a problem with happy? They're very in tune with how you feel. They're like, are you angry? Are you okay? Hey, can we do something that makes it better? Hey, let's go eat. Hey, let's, meet me over there. You know, they make you what? Put 2 happy people together. Oh boy,
Party time.
that'll be a party time. Yeah, it's put more than 2 together, then you have a disco. A bar or something. I don't know what the hell you have, but you're gonna have something. More happy people just are very alegres. You always want them at your parties, right? But then they don't go away. Well, let's keep going. All right. Angry people, sometimes angry people are very quiet people until they talk. But you can feel it. As soon as they walk into a room, they have this, you're like,
Vibe.
it's a vibe. Yeah, we know that, right? Don't police officers and the way they dress project anger, like controlled anger? Because they have the gun, they have the esposas, they have the big. And you just like, how come I'm angry today? Well, I didn't do anything wrong.
You're in a bad mood.
Yeah, don't point it at me, basically, right? And so we all become happy around them. But behind us, we become number 4. We're thinking, how the hell do I get out of this? If you don't recognize these 4 things, then what kind of manager are you? If you're grouping your people together. Now, here's the other thing. How do you talk to angry people?
Calm.
Are you angry with them? It
No.
will never stop. It'll be a volume contest.
Yes.
And also a profanity contest because they do not respect boundaries. Okay. How do you deal with happy people?
Happy.
Well, the optimal qualities that you guys want, the optimal qualities are these 2 over here.
Thinker and calm.
Because calm people are also very responsible people. Okay? They don't have much drama in their lives because they know what's next. I come in at this time, I go home at this time. I take my lunch at this time. And now, does that sound angry? Does that sound happy? Yeah, they're
Calm
reliable.
thinker. Calm thinker.
Yeah, but if you get them to be thinkers, what happens? Their reliable good work is going to happen because they will make minor adjustments to everything because no drama in their lives. Get it? Minor adjustments. But that minor, brick by brick, give it a couple of years, boy, they built some really nice foundations. When you lose those calm good thinkers, well, replace them. And that is a different story, right? Calm good people just outlast the storm. It's like, big old brick there, just not gonna move it. And they keep coming. And as long as they are thinkers, adjusting to the future, because changes happen, and changes will always happen. We're human; it's gonna happen. So what we need to do is surround ourselves by calm, good thinkers. We'll get into that right now. But let me give you everybody understands this? So when you guys bring in a candidate, what kind of person are you? You better give me a number for a word there next to his application. This guy is an angry one. This guy is a social one, a happy one. This guy is a calm one. This guy is what?
1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
This guy's thinking,
Right?
And then if you can, and we'll get into the questions that will dig this out of you. Like, how would I know which one you are? Tell me the worst thing that's ever happened to you at work. Okay, stop. See that reaction she has? What does that tell me about her?
Something bad. quote.
Did she, what the hell do you mean? Did she give me that one? No, it's not that one. Very close to that, except she's looking down. And when she's looking down and smiling, that's not happy externally. She's not going out there and saying, hey, what do you mean? That's happy, right? She's like looking down, which means she's not social. This is almost embarrassing. All right? So which one is she thought about that, and then her reaction was to try to calm it as much as possible, not to bring it out. And so for her, without her, actually I asked a question, but the answer, for me, wasn't verbal. I just looked, oh, gotcha. You get it? All right. And so if I tell you, hey, what comes after 5, 6, and 10? Okay, her reaction was what? She's not angry. She's not happy. And she's doing this, like moving her head.
11?
So she's not calm. So her first reaction was, okay, I don't see that correlation. Let me,
I'm counting.
you know, no. Yeah, she's fingers over there. All right, you get it? So when you guys, this could be another 8-hour lesson on just reading language, body language, and body and gestures. There's an art to it. The FBI developed it. And so.
Profiling.
That's right. So there's many ways of profiling. One of the major ways is eye contact, non-eye contact, gestures, that kind of stuff. Reactions to your questions. So your questions get answered. Do you know how to read those answers? Or are you waiting for the standard, oh, I'm okay, and I'm so happy to be here, coming up
I
with
do
a
that.
typical.
Constantly, when you guys refer me a company, I will ask you who's the contact person, what nationality is he, does he like football? Because when I walk in there, I want to have an idea of what I have to do.
She's
to
talking
close
about
that deal.
profiling.
Yeah, that's
She's
profiling. Just by the information
If
that
it's
you're giving
if it's
me.
a cold call and I just came into this situation, what would I know immediately? What do I see around the walls? Any promotion? Right? I don't know. But it's a meeting, and then I know it's
There's food that
a
I can
Saturday.
eat, really.
They're all dressed casually. All right, the lights are off in there. The door was locked. What's going on? Is a secret, or what? Something. And then they meet on el pizarrón. They see this, and they say, "Oh, there's something being taught here." You know what I'm saying? You profile, and you do that constantly, especially when you're driving too fast on the road. You're looking for everything. All right. So the third component of good management is what? Good judgment. What is that? Good judgment. What is good judgment? Anybody?
Making good decisions.
What is bad judgment?
Bad
In bad
things.
decisions, right? But those decisions, good or bad,
Landscaping.
here. Prioritizing. What comes first, what comes second, and this is directly attached to what? So how can you this is why you cannot have a manager if they are not an expert. Because what happens? When it comes to a decision, which one comes first? Which one is more important? The sock or the shoe? If you don't even know that, the common sense piece. But in the business sense, if I come to you and say, I'm the client, I say, well, and this will lead me into the next thing, because let's focus in on staffing for a second. This is overall management of anything. And then donuts and cars and aviones, fans, Walmart. You can use this anywhere. Management. And so the last one and most critical one is good judgment. Are teenagers good judgment?
No.
Why?
Because they don't know
They don't have experience.
Priorities. What comes first? Homework or chatting?
Chatty.
Right?
Entertainment.
Yeah. It's called hedonism, pleasure principle. Feels good, I'll do it. Doesn't feel good, I'm not doing it. You can't make me. Well, yeah, I can. You gotta eat, right? And I could make your clothes shrink. Let's see you put that on. All right. The idea of good judgment then is prioritizing what's more important. Now, what happens when you get to a position where both things are important? Those are your choices. You can only do one or the other. So we have USA Bouquet who wants what? 100 people. We have UFP Saginaw who wants 100 people. Okay, well, that's an easy one. The people over in Saginaw are not near the people over at USA Bouquet. Well, what happens if it's Tigers who wants 100 or VIP wants 100 and then Tigers wants 100? They're one block away from each other. And you have you have the 100 people, where do you send them? That becomes that your good judgment goes back to the previous board of businesses. Because business is about what? Negatives and positives. ¿Cuál me conviene más? Okay, because we want to maintain what? The loop. Our decision, when it's two decisions that you have to make, and one of them will hurt, you have to choose the one that's more positive. Which one's better for the company, even though the other one will be a little less. It will hurt us a little bit. Will we try to meet both? Of course. Because if we do that, then man, we're outstanding. But I only have one person, okay, to help me with this thing, and I can only get 99 people. Can't fulfill both orders at the same time. So you got to choose one or the other. That's where good judgment comes in. And can you explain why you did that one? Well, that one gives us more pennies. That one, that one's a little tougher. That one pays more. We'll invoice more, and this one pays less. We'll invoice less, right? If you're into understanding business. And then when you explain your management, you're explaining your expertise. Of course. If you're not able to explain the negatives and positives of your judgment, right? So a kid doesn't do homework, how can he explain it? I don't want to. It's boring. Is he being an expert in life? Right, because we're education is not, okay, I come from the educational world, but the idea really is that education is mislabeled. It's not what, education is what we call it, right? Everybody knows what education is. So, does anyone ask you, are you educating yourself? Or do they ask you, are you going to school? I'm going to school. But who says, are you educating yourself? But they shouldn't even say educating as an adverb, an action word. They should actually say preparing yourself. Because education is knowledge to prepare you for something else. Now, there are some professional students, in Mexico los llaman dinosaurios, right? They can stay in school. But apart from those few people, all right, almost everybody goes to school to do what? What do you expect your kids to do? Not students, right? You're saying prepare yourself for, right. And so, in essence, at the end of the day, you guys yourselves have to prepare yourselves to become experts. And in order to do that, you need to know what the hell you're doing. That's managing yourself. That's literally managing yourself. But once you understand your industry, and we will get into the industry part right now so that we can get into the last piece right here before you guys head off to lunch. As you notice, we haven't really dug down too deeply into that. We will. The EEOC components are next. And then after that, we'll follow through with most of the stuff that you guys do anyway. But I want to make sure that the foundation of this is this. You guys are becoming experts, right? You're recognizing that we are all a little bit different depending on the situation. I might be very angry in life, but I just want $1 million. I'll be very happy. I won't be that angry at that moment. It's situational. Or I might be very calm, but they just stole my car. How am I going to get to work? How am I going to take my kid? I want to be angry. All right. So things change on you all the time, constantly. This is your reflection of what you're feeling, the emotional straits. So don't judge everybody just by the moment, because you only get them for an hour, But what you want to do is you want to see them in the lobby, read them. Oh, that's a calm. You don't call them by names now. It's an angry one. It's a calm one. Okay. Then when they go back there, are they still calm? Okay. Are they angry? And so you put them in angry moments. Hey, what happens if our payroll department doesn't pay you? Stand back a little bit. Tell me, if they steal your car, you wake up and you're going to go to work, what do you do?
Cry.
I did that with Angie.
Right.
Angie San Antonio, because I was really concerned. And I actually put her in that position where to see if she had the character to be able to deal with the workforce that she was.
You guys understand? These are situational. Depends on your situation. So whatever you're reading right now, if you can change in their mind the scenario, see how they react to it. Hey, your supervisor calls you a name, but wants you to, calls you lazy, tells you to move over there. What do you do? Now, it's not so much what almost everybody tries to be political, right? When they interview with you, they try to say the best thing to make you hire them. The best thing you guys can do is read their reaction first. And then, because what's going to happen at the end is the thinker will come out in a calm way. Because it's an interview. They get it. They're not excited. That really didn't happen. But in order to be able to understand that really didn't happen, they had to imagine that it happened. And it's that reaction to it that you want to see. Is it a surprise? Because if I act surprised, people do that. That's my, but if he did that, then I go into the explanation. What did my reaction when I said people do that? What did that tell you about me? I'm never in a situation like that. And that's important, right? Because, hey, I can trust this guy. He probably figured out how not to get into situations like that where they think he's lazy. That's the advanced kind of recruitment and filtering method that you guys need at this level. Because you don't have all the time in the world. Sometimes all you have is a phone call. How do you read it? Well, a few words here and there will give you back the necessary things. All right, so everybody got this? All right, let's move on quickly to the other stuff so you guys can go eat. Quick question. McDonald's makes hamburgers. In the big term, they make food people enjoy and eat at an affordable price. What do? We're a staffing agency. We're like Manpower. We're like Labor Ready, True Blue. What do? I won't waste your time. We do three things. And the three things that we do, again, back to the infinity, right? Client on one side, we're in the middle of the world on the other side. We go to the world to get what the client needs. We process it a certain way. We comply with all the rules. That's a business sense. And at the end, it's either a positive or a negative, right? And as we just discovered, our industry pays in the what? Pennies. Pennies, wow. Sorry. All right. If you go to a happy hour and you buy a beer, they might sell it to you for $3. To them, that beer costs $1. So how much did they get back for that beer? $2, 200%. $2. We get a what? If we were selling beer, we'd get 1 penny back. We bought it for $1, we sell it for $1.01. So what kind of business are we in? So we have to do volume. Volume is good for us. That's a lot of pennies.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That like Manpower. They do. That's why they're so big, because then that's how they make millions. Now their penny are millions. Every 3 months they get what, 76 million or something? Is that? Right. Anyway, okay. So what is it that we Manpower and all of these agencies do? We put good people to work.
Maybe you should start using that phrase. Tell me more about
Then, two,
Mm-hmm. Does it even work? Good, good.
Good people to work. Very true.
I just think
How, David, name?
they did, yeah.
When he asked us, he does it, stuff like that.
Lorena says we put people to work. But she's 30 minutes, she's 30 seconds behind because we were 30 seconds delayed between the conversation.
Oh, that's right, they could, interact, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Change the claim for all good, service. We charge.
Okay. So, which one are you guys involved in? You're involved in all three. Because what ties all of these together is a document. I'll just put TC here. What is a TC? Time card. So number one, we put good people to work, right? Number two, we pay the good people every hour worked, and we then charge the client for the good or bad service that we provided. Right? The service, of course, being putting good people to work.
The TC on the side,
Time card.
time card.
What ties them together? Sorry, I ran out of space. I should have started there. Time card. So, the whole point of the time card is what? Why is that a legal document? Because this part is the law.
We have to pay.
No, this part
Every
is
hour.
the law. How does a law get passed in this country?
Senate.
A senator has to come up with an idea, and the Senate votes on it and says, hey, they call it a bill. They say, hey, you guys think this is a good idea? Yeah, okay. So the majority say yes. And then there's another chamber in Congress called the House. So they send it over to the House. This is what's happening with the Trump care thing right now. The House passed it. They said, yeah, we want this. Okay, so now the Senate is working on it, which they just released their thing and said, hey, yeah, okay, we changed these few things. And now if both of them agree, Congress is the House and the Senate, and this is not easy. It's very difficult to pass because then the president has to, is it done yet? No.
No.
Then there's the
Is there-
Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has to say what? This doesn't violate the Constitution. And if it violates the Constitution, it's not a law. So Congress, with the House, the Senate, the President, and the courts have to agree that this is okay. They've said this now for over 100 years. There's labor law. DOL, Department of Labor, was set up to literally follow up on the law. What is the law? Every,
Pay
Everybody work out.
yeah. Now, is this the law?
No.
Is this a law?
No.
This is our service.
Yeah.
This is our product. This is what we do. All right. What's the key word in number one?
Good.
Well, the key, good. That's right. Who determines good?
Us.
Yeah. You guys kidding? Not you.
Oh.
The client.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
No. To begin with. If the client says send me a forklift driver and you send him a secretary, oh yeah, he's the greatest secretary ever. He knows how to type 1,000,000 words a minute. Ask him any number question, he's a math genius. Dude, I need him to clear out the warehouse with a forklift. Who determines good? You're just the meseros at the restaurant. They're basically the guy who sits down or the gal who sits down, they bring 4 tacos or carne asada, right? And you bring them what? Pancakes? They'll look at you like, what the hell are you talking about? Hey, did you hear? I said, did you make a mistake? You know, I mean, will I go there again if I'm a client? And there, I'm not there. You're also going to charge me for that?
That sounds like me.
So who determines good?
Client.
The client. Again, you know, over here. If it's a good service, we send him the people he wanted, right? Now, it's those requirements. See how this is tied into what you guys do? It's the requirements from the job order. It's the, Martha comes with a new client. What's the first thing you should ask her? What kind of people do they want? What is good to them? Well, no felonies, it's 7 years, you know, blah, 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 all the prerequisites. They're only going to pay. Now, you need to then go to the world, right, in this part, you need to go to the world and find people who accept that and are good. And you have to profile them. Is he angry, happy, calm, a thinker? We'll get into all of that in a second. But you understand, this is what we do. Are you becoming experts in staffing? Because you cannot go to Manpower. Guess what they do? Same thing. They do not send, you know, they do not send secretaries to warehouse positions. Or they don't send warehouse positions to offices. This then, you guys become the filter. This is what the client wants. We have to go to the world and what? Find it. And find it in a way that the client needs it Tuesday. Hell, I have a few hours, I better find it fast. This is why you need to always maintain a pulse on who's coming in, who's going out. You're entering, you're exiting. Why? Because they're an immediate pool. They're here. Who's worked there before that left okay? Maybe they're available. You know, all of this kind of stuff. Because you want to maintain who's good there already. Have we already checked that? They're good. They have experience on top of that. Less training. Right?
Another thing, get used to using the system that we have instead of the applications, because the applications eventually will go away. And I'm talking short term. Because you guys are still pulling applications to get numbers, that's gonna go away. You guys won't have access to them. As soon as she enters, shred.
Excuse me, my allergy. All right.
So,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
start using the system to look up people. It's so much easier and less time consuming.
Now, that time part, oh boy. You guys, okay, have to, you're the front line. This back stuff, this is back office stuff, okay? This doesn't happen on the front end, because it has to be processed. And this gets processed in Utah, all right? This gets processed where, Fort Worth right now, in Indiana?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. But who processes the darn time cards, right? If there's an error on one of them. Well, for example, I got a time card, okay, for Jose Sanchez, but there is no Jose Sanchez in the system at all. It doesn't exist in codes. How do I even add that guy?
It did happen?
It's happened a few times, more than a month. What should happen? What happened there? I got the time card. Well, sometimes the client sends the wrong time card because they use several staffing agencies. Yeah, okay, well, obviously, that's not us, it's them. We cannot control errors on their side. We catch them, but we can't. How do we prevent those in the future? You know, it depends.
But how did it get to payroll though?
Because they send us the time cards.
Oh, the client sent it directly to you.
Right, yeah.
But doesn't the recruiter process that with the job order to make sure that they?
Sometimes, but like UFP won't do that, right?
Yes.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
Forget.
UFP sends it to.
Who sends it to us directly? Somebody sends it to us directly.
Pretty much here.
Well, they always send it to
Well,
payroll.
hold on.
and
Let me not forget my point. My point is that time card, all right, is a legal document that has to stay with us for 7 years. But look at what depends on it: paying the people, right, the right hours, and what, charging the client the right amount. If that time card is incorrect in any way, shape, or form, what happens? 2 of the 3 things that we do will interrupt again the what? Yeah. So we will not be in business very long. This is how critical that is. So in terms of being an expert, in terms of having good judgment, right? You need to prioritize that because of this reason. Because we need that invoice to pay these people the next week. We need this invoice to do what? Pay the bills. We need this invoice to pay our salaries. And if that time card is wrong, that invoice isn't going out. The client will not accept it. Now, Jose Sanchez, there was no Jose Sanchez because his name was Jose Sanchez Martinez. Right? And then we realized, oh, he's Juan Jose Sanchez Martinez. He's under Juan Martinez. Jesus Christ. What the hell is going on? Why? Because that's another of our problems. People, we register, we get their documentation, and we'll go through that in a second, and we process them as we see it on their IDs, socials, and all that. They go down to the company and say, what? I'm Jose Sanchez. You forgot about the Juan Martinez part, you know? They just, just call me Chuy. Unfortunately, that happens very frequently. Very, very frequently. You guys are the frontliner. Okay? You're the frontliner. You have to make sure because of this cycle. Mess with the cycle, you're messing with the whole company. I know you have a new job order that you have to deal with, right? But you have to make sure those time cards are absolutely correct. And if they come back to you to troubleshoot, understand 2 of the 3 things that we do are impacted. Now, if we do not pay these people, what happens? These people, what happens here? Are unhappy.
Yep.
Are they going to complain to us or the client?
To us.
Really?
The clients.
They're not gonna be happy.
No me pagan, esto, blah, blah,
us,
blah,
just
blah, blah,
us
blah. And
and
then
the
Martha,
door.
blah, 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 the client over there, blah, 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 blah. And then Pancho, blah, 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 blah. And then Pancho over there, blah, blah, blah. It created a what? A cycle that's not ending. No, it is not ending because there has to be follow-up on all this. Forget that you solved the problem. Now you have to let everybody who's involved know, I solved the problem. And it's not going to happen again.
Yeah.
All right? And all of this can be, just with a simple audit of these things, can be resolved very, very quickly on the front side. The back side has to go to the front side, get it, to get these resolved. Because I don't know who you assigned and what his other names were. Can you tell me? Can you find out? Okay. So that part is a very basic human resource part that sort of explains the connection, again, back to our industry, back to business, and specifically to staffing. This, and this. What system do we use, right? We call it what? Codes. This is really I have a minor in this, information systems. What is information systems? It's a mirror. What is a mirror? What does it reflect? What's staring at it? All right? An information system is us. In digital. What did you do today? Oh, well. Here, I opened this job order, I looked for these people, all of these are assigned, I had to close these people, I called these people, I got calls from these people, and, oh yeah, let me see it. Okay. So, the information system, which is, in our world, codes, that could change in the future, I'm hoping one day. But the point is, that is a mirror, a reflection. This is why you guys have to be on the codes. This is what Martha was just saying. If you guys go over to the applications, all right, I mean, that's one way of doing it. But how do you track that? Searching applications and codes. See, there's a lot of hidden production that isn't mirrored. We need it to be mirrored because what if you use codes primarily, then someone in San Antonio can use codes too to help. What would be different for them? It's just another zip code somewhere, just searching, helping you, calling. Do you even care where the call's coming from nowadays? I mean, the phone, I get calls from Minnesota. I don't know. The whole point is I need you guys to understand this concept that the information system mirrors the 3 functions. You guys are specifically attached to function number 1 directly. You're the direct front line of number 1. All right? If we do not put people to work, that means there's no one working. And there was no one working, there's no one to pay, and if there's no one to pay, there's no one to charge. But even if we put them to work and that time card is not right, then people are gonna still be upset.
Two in the process fail.
Yeah. So this makes you, again, the business sense back, not common sense, but business sense, because we want to keep it going. Make sense? All right. So this will be the last thing before you go, or should I let you go now? I'm not finished. I'll do it at 12. Just bear with me. Let's look at the agenda, and under human resources there, we talked about quantity and quality as our prerequisite. That's the foundation of how we talk. Okay. Job order analysis, that's the good, right? And putting good people to work, that good doesn't come from us. That's what the client thinks is good. And so if you guys go to Walmart and decide I want a microwave, all right, but my mom swears by General Electric, but that day there's one by Epson. Never heard of them. I thought they were printers, but they have one for $29. But my mom wants the General Electric at $109. But you're paying for it. Which one's gonna make your mom happy?
General Electric.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to. Yeah, it takes extra work, obviously, extra money, but you're gonna fulfill your client's wish, right? Otherwise, what's gonna happen? You're probably gonna have to come back, right? to do the whole thing. So, the point of this whole thing, back to the job order analysis. That's your mom asking you for that micro, right? And you're analyzing that. Now, the thing I want to give you guys some key words that I want written in quotes. Okay. So if you don't mind putting the key words up there. Let me see. Where do I have it? Well, let's look up there. I have it. I do have it. All right. So here. There should be 2 columns. That's all right. They can look at the paper, and you can get this later. Everybody has one? Maybe? Sorry, discriminating. All right. So, what is the title there? They're a keyword assessment. All right. Again, professionally, I need these words written down in evaluations. And again, back to the agenda, when you guys are recruiting, okay, these words here, okay, are they specific to warehouse workers? Are they specific to office work? What are they specific to? Nothing, they're general. So, on the left side, I put positives. On the right side, I put negatives. Now, some of the top ones are high energy. You'll know those immediately. The bottom ones are what? Low energy. But in some of them, you'll also get them. Okay. So, as you know, I have the skill of looking and evaluating quickly, right? I had to, I won't even brag. That's bragging. Well, where's that one at? Oh, that's in the high negative. Yeah. So, let's go through it quickly. So, high positive. This is what you want. Okay. So, high positive is what we want. This is what we're looking for. Okay, and beneath that, the low positive, so high positive, low positive, that's the side we want to stay at. Unfortunately, sometimes we get the negative side, all right? And so there's high negativity, low negativity. These are the words I want you guys to use in your evaluations, both before you hire them and after in their exit interviews. Because this is what
analyze yourself.
Oh yeah, true. These come from deep psychological studies on human character. Okay, this is not something I invented. But the idea here is energy. What are they giving you? So remember, warehouse work has to be what?
Fast paced.
That's right. All right, so let's look at high positive. Let's active. Okay, let's read them out one by one. You start, Nancy. Active. Say it, active.
Active.
And then Rosa. Capable. All right.
Energetic.
Talkative.
Excited.
Strong.
Confident.
Confident.
You didn't say that confidently. Say it like you mean it, Rosa. What is it?
Bold.
Bold. No, notice that the way she's responding, right, tells me, remember
It's
the
low
carrot?
negative.
Remember, it's low negative.
Animated.
Yeah, there you go. See, that's high positive.
Happy.
Ah,
Sociable.
ah.
Friendly.
That didn't sound friendly. All right.
Respectful.
Respectful. Oh, okay. Analytical. Fancy word, I know.
Knowledgeable.
Knowledgeable, yeah.
Responsible.
All right, let's go to the low positive. Go, Pancho.
Relaxed.
Relax.
You sound
Relax.
She
Relax.
said relax.
Composed.
Calm, okay. Composed.
Seem flexible.
Mhm.
Ándale, Rosa.
Yeah,
I
you're
see
flexible.
See, that's how high energy you are. Nobody heard it. Let's say it. Say it again. Flexible.
Flexible.
Mellow.
Peaceful.
Tranquil.
Tranquil. Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
Quiet.
Yeah, quiet. All right, let's start with Martha, the high
Okay.
negative.
I know. Angry.
Angry, yeah. So you should get into that.
Insecure.
Uh-huh.
Anxious.
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 Resentful.
Resentful.
Defensive.
Irritated.
Yeah, that's me complaining.
Bitter.
Annoyed.
Annoyed.
Disrespectful.
Low.
Loud.
Low.
Bragging.
Insulting.
Under the influence.
Mhm.
Negative.
Damn.
Now, believe it or not, there are people amongst us, right? Even in this room, even outside of this room, that are, you can use a lot of the same words from one area to describe it.
Yeah.
And you're like,
I would like to.
So,
use this on
high negative people drain.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
draining. They take, because you have, okay, so think of this is not going to sound nice, but it is. Think of something that hurts you, a snake, a dog, a pit bull, or something of the sort. Are you relaxed around them?
No.
Are you happy around them?
No.
Why not? So they're
They
taking,
drain you.
they're taking away
They take energy.
the high energy, they're taking away the low energy, and you have to go over to the low negativity to react to the high negativity. So if someone's angry with me, what do I get? Sad, tired, depressed, exhausted. No, I don't want to be here. Eat it, sleep, I'm sleepy. I just can't do this anymore. Dejected.
So when
Sarcastic.
you guys are angry, I'm gonna copy and
Sarcastic.
paste. This is how you're making me feel.
Hopeless. All right. Now, as you get it, right? You get these keywords. Why are these keywords critical to assessing people? Because you're not, you don't.
Tell you.
One word tells you all about
They'll
them,
tell you.
right? Two words will tell you more. Get what I'm saying? This guy is a hard worker. You say, wow, cool. You know, but he's so sarcastic. Oh.
And you know, some
Yeah.
clients will use these
Yeah.
words, like they'll use send someone energetic,
Yeah.
or they'll don't send someone, you know, with a low self-esteem or you know, something.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of saying other words.
So I want you guys to keep these words somewhere, right, near
I'd
you,
like to use it.
and I want you to use them, okay? Along with the words quantity and quality. Quantity and quality. Write those words there somewhere. Because those are the words that you need to use. This is the vocabulary you need to use to communicate what this person that you're talking about is all about. We do not want to get into, I didn't even write them down. I don't want to even, I need to make them exist so you realize they're there, but I don't want you to even use them or even think about them.
Say it.
But Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, they regulate age. So you can't talk
Yeah.
about that jovencita
Mhm.
or that viejo. You can't say words like that. You can't say that woman, only
Or
women.
male,
Oh,
female.
you can't use that black guy. You can't
You're
use that
giving
white
yourself
guy.
up.
can't use that bolillo, or I don't know what else they call
Yeah.
people here. Redneck, I guess would be another one. You can't, what else can't you use? You
Then
can't,
be a skinny person, fit person.
you can't use weight.
Yeah.
You can't use pregnancy. You
Yeah.
can't use any of that. Now,
So when
I
they
went
talk
to-
to you, a good example, Nancy, well, everyone here, if they say, I want someone young, and you could just say to the client, oh, you're looking for an energetic person, so we could educate our
Yeah.
clients.
Yes, because they can't.
Yeah.
you're going to absorb whatever nonsense they give you.
Yeah.
I'll give you, I mean, a real life situation. Out in Brownsville, I got an order for 15 virgins. But they have to be 15 years old, yeah, or less.
That
50?
scares me.
So what I told,
50 virgins.
15. So what I told them, yes, sir, I'll get you the workers you need. Okay. Now, he gave me his reasons. He gave me his reasons. They sounded very logical reasons, right? He wanted
Still
innocence.
scares the living daylights
He
out of
wanted,
me
yeah,
if I
he
heard
wanted
something.
people
Yeah.
that were not interested in, you know, that kind of stuff. Because he had workers that, you know, he blah blah blah. So he gave me the whole justification. All of it totally illegal. He happened at that time to be one of our best clients. So was I gonna tell him that's totally illegal? No. I absorbed and then what? Quantity, quality, production, right? Making
Yeah.
sure I sent them the right workers to get the job done. All right? But you will get that kind of nonsense. As a matter of fact, this is where I was going. Put in I went to the news. I know this exists, and this is 5 minutes from the United States. Okay. So go over to clasificado.
Clasificado.
Oh, wait,
The doc. Yeah.
Sorry.
I was saying, boy, you put it up on Google Docs that quick? There it is. Can you make that larger?
Yeah.
All right, let's, who knows, Nancy, read that for us. Firma Internacional. No, you go down, see that bar way on the bottom right-hand side?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, make that
That's
oh, that's a little too big.
No tanto, Mitch.
As you can see, Pocho wrote that, clasificado. Firma, okay, read it out loud. Firma
Firma
Internacional.
Internacional de Contadores. Solicita recepcionista 18 a 20 años, sexo femenino, soltera, no embarazada, sin hijos, conocimientos de Microsoft y archivo presentable, sociable, responsable, deseo de superación, disponibilidad de horario, enviar currículum con foto al correo administración.
I
Did you do that?
copy and paste it.
Wow.
Okay, go down
That's
and
gracious.
I translate it. Just go down.
Let's see.
International down.
International accounting firm.
So this is reception.
Single, not pregnant, no children, knowledge of Microsoft and digital art training. Presentable, sociable, responsible, desire for self-improvement, various shifts available, email resume with picture to admin.
Right.
And this is real.
So yeah, you can go to ibarraglobal.com.
Wow.
This is this is Juarez.
Not
which is
pregnant.
5 minutes, I mean, you know, literally to cross that bridge to get over to Juarez. So that's in el diario clasificado de Juarez.
Oh. that's
And there's
okay.
more. I mean, this is just the
It's
first one I
in
got. It's in
Mexico.
it's in that. Okay, what's happening there?
They're trying to get
All
women.
kinds of
What
discrimination.
culture are we looking at in now? Mexico copied DOL from the U.S. They have the same EEOC kind of commission. You're not supposed to be able to do this, but is it enforced that
No,
they can
it's
announce
obviously
it
not.
in newspapers?
Obviously
I was
not.
just-
Obviously.
La Rosa de Guadalupe, this
Oh.
happens a lot.
Even Richie would know.
Obviously, but this is common. They're
Wow.
looking for a. I am actually thinking they're looking
Lawsuit.
for
Big
ladies they can kidnap and make them work at bars. That's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
lawsuit.
No, because it's too vague, and right in that area, there's a high touristy, looking for girls that work at bars. Kind of.
Wow,
So I think this is their cover to find girls like that.
really?
I think. I mean, that's my suspicion. I have no
Yeah.
idea. But the idea is that's in the newspaper.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right. Did that alarm you? That's all. Like I said, 5 minutes from the U.S.
Yeah.
So there's a huge culture.
They want to have to be alarmed.
Now, you know, I mean, if any of us have ever been in Mexico, this is very common. Send me your curriculum con tu foto. No casadas, you have to be single, and no kids, and you have to be a certain age group, and you can go work at Banamex.
Like,
Also, they didn't say, the one thing they didn't say, no gordas, right? Yeah.
They did.
That was probably the only thing they didn't offend you with, and they didn't say non-Catholics or something.
Self-improvement.
kid.
I mean, if you are, they might put you on a diet.
No,
ABC.
How old
Del
are you?
ABC.
I'm 26.
By the way,
You don't qualify.
the reason I'm showing you this
You
is
bet.
I want you guys to. This is one of our clients and their job order for us. This is their job order, and they just gave it to Martha, who just gave it to Pancho. And Pancho's gonna say what?
I'm gonna send it to Paloma, but she's over 25.
Oh, man.
We thought about
Well,
it. We
let's
thought about
let's
it.
stop right there for a second and think. How do we respond to this? We're companies. We're professionals. All of this is totally unprofessional. This is a client. Their markup is wonderful. Martha's smiling. They're saying, "Wow, the profit on this one's huge."
Entry level light general labor.
Well, the keyword there.
Clerical.
Clerical.
Make it smaller, Richard, so we
Entry
can
level.
see the whole thing.
Light.
Is the mouse not working, Richard?
Huh?
Is the
Let's
mouse
have
not
it.
working?
let's take this
No?
away.
No, I would never
No.
say
No,
not pregnant.
no.
You need a battery?
I would say,
No, I'm running out of port.
Oh.
I gotta get
All right. So let's leave it there. That's fine. So then, here's the idea that I want you guys to do. Okay, you guys are going to go to lunch right now. Come back in half an hour. Let's get this day over with as quickly as possible. But I want it to be significant. I want you to keep this with you in your ideas. I want you to, out of this, you have the paper, take the cross out what's not professional, and see what is it that they're looking for in terms of quality and quantity, and how do I respond to this? Quality and quantity.
They're looking for self-motivated.
So, take this to lunch. You have homework. When you guys come back, we will wrap this one up, okay? Because it's this foundation that you need as recruiters. This is what comes at you. This is probably the worst case scenario, but this is a great job. This is a job order. It's part of our infinity loop of business. All right? Will all of this come at you at once? I doubt it. But parts of this might come at you. As I told you, what came at me out in Brownsville, that's kind of,
And he meant entry level people by virgins, right? Entry level lights.
it depends on, all they were going to do is clean rich homes, right?
We have
Entry level lights.
we have those client Corey Steele. They don't want that, but they want people with the high school and
but that you could ask.
The
bunch
opposite.
Yeah,
and stuff.
but well,
And
we have Circle that says
the
they only
first
want
thing he's
Mexicans.
gonna ask you in what year he
No
graduated.
Africans.
If you say 1997, no, it doesn't
No.
qualify.
Okay. Take this out to lunch. Are you guys going to stay here for lunch, or are you going to go out and eat?
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, we don't need a lunch.
No lunch?
We ate.
We already ate that.
Girl, I was thinking of eating myself. Hold on.
Okay.
No.
Then we'll take a break. We'll just take a break. All right.
Yeah. Oh, I
Take
forgot that lunch.
Take the paper and analyze it. And I don't know if Angie can see it over there.
Hi, Angie. Can she hear me?
Yeah. It takes 30 seconds for it to.
And we will wrap this up pretty soon. You know what? employee and all of us, including us, we're on a journey. Okay? What does that mean? We start somewhere and we want to end up somewhere else. Typically, our journey goes up. So I just dissected, I sort of profiled, I'm predicting a journey for our candidates who come to work for us. The things that we have to offer is an opportunity, typically earning $7.25 an hour or a little bit more. If at the end of 1 year, all right, that equals, if you work full time, you're going to make $15,000. Of course, less because of the taxes, but $15,000. Now, where should the journey go? If you're a worker and this is what you want to do, you eventually want to head up to the Fortune 500 companies. The Fortune 500 companies are the richest companies, the 500 most richest companies on earth. Coca-Cola, right? Microsoft, Google, Apple. Those companies are the ones that make the most money. We call Fortune 500. Their employees do what? Make more money. What is the difference? Well, the standard rate is about $25 an hour. Now remember, they're doing more or less the same work. They're in warehouses, right? So you have to manipulate similar systems. But what is the difference? Why does one guy make $7.25 and another guy make $25 an hour? Right? And the difference in 1 year is $36,820. So what's the difference is in here.
Skills.
The person, what kind of person they are, what kind of skills you have, and at the end of the day, what kind of judgment you have. Now, when you present this is a message. The way you're going to sell this is that, I asked Richard earlier today, but let me see if you guys get it. There's journeys, there's viajes. What does the shortest viaje from here to your desk have in common from here to China? What do they have in common? Two viajes, uno bien corto y uno bien largo. ¿Qué tienen en común?
Walking?
Walking, okay. What do you think?
Money.
Running?
Costo.
Okay. What do they have in common? A trip to your desk and a trip to China.
Dinero.
The trip.
Your first step. For both, you need to take the first step. Doesn't matter where the hell you're going, you at least need to take a
Step.
Even if you're only going 1 step away, you still have 1 step to take. So when you give a message why and how, remember to give this message. It's an important message. Does it have anything, well, it's not there anymore, but does it have anything to do with being 18 or 20 years old or what have you? No. Again, what we're going to focus on is what do you need to be as a person, what skills do you need, and what kind of judgment you use. Of these things, some of them you need to have. For example, in skills, you can't know nothing and go ask for $25 an hour to do nothing. Some people do that. They say, well, just train me. I learn quickly. It's great. Okay. Either way, you have to, this is where you're going to start. That's where you're going to finish up, because that's the starting rate at that Fortune 500 level. We want our kids to be over there. Okay? So, what kind of person do you need to be? Well, we can classify everything as good. But there's good, right? This is not bad, so underneath that is bad. And above that, what's above good?
Excellent.
Excellent. So you need to be an excellent person. You need to have excellent skills, and you need to have excellent judgment. We talked about judgment and expertise, right? And that expertise is that not tied into skills. You need to be an expert, but consequently, what? You have skills, you understand. There's 2 ways of getting skills. How is it? educate yourself, right? So here's my master's degree. This is why some companies on high school, they want to make sure they know how to read and write English more than anything. Competency in that language to some are important.
We know etiquette and stuff like that.
Exactly. So,
Like,
so skills can be gotten through what I told you. Education is mislabeled a little bit. It's actually preparation, what you're doing. In Spanish, they call it la prepa, right? Preparación. You are getting yourself ready for your life. So, prepa. So you are getting yourself getting skills through education, or you actually do what? Start working.
Work, build experience.
So we offer the first step. Let's get this straight. This is not the end. I hope you don't want it to stay here. That's kind of, although we love it, right? When temp to stay here for life at $7.25 an hour. He's the most experienced temp we have, and he's cheap. Every company wants more or less a slave, right? But the idea is they themselves and everybody you know, they want a better car, better house, they want a better everything. And you're not going to get that at $7.25. This will meet your needs. You won't starve to death, but it will not improve your quality of life. Now, so the goal, so we understand what world we're talking about, the goal is the Fortune 500. Fortune 500 is what gets announced in newspapers. The Wall Street Journal. Who's that right there? Uber.
Uber.
All right. So Uber is a Fortune 500 company. They're only worth about $80 million, $80,000 million. Yeah. Yeah, they're one of the small ones right now. Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, all those are worth hundreds of billions of dollars.
did their stock go down because of the lawsuit?
Yeah, their profits are going to go down, so obviously their stock price will go down. But anyway, the bottom line is the message that you guys give. He took it off, but that job order was asking for what? Well, you're gonna, told you, take it and take out all the what? Bring out only the professional stuff.
Filter through all that.
And that's what you're gonna respond to. But now, you're gonna go find a person and you're gonna say, but they only pay $7.25. But is that it? No, but you gotta take the first step, my friend. Okay? Because you have to be what? An excellent person, an excellent skills, an excellent judgment. You have to start somewhere to get somewhere. You have to take that first step. Because that first step will then take you to the second step. And every step, if you make it a ladder, will keep rising. This is the mentality as a recruitment of what we have to offer. Because this is what we have to offer. But let's not lose sight, right, your vision of where you want to go. Let's mention it. Right? Because in order to, and how are you going to do it? These are the steps you need to take. So how do you become an excellent person? How does the government think you're an excellent person?
Well, you pay taxes.
Right?
They love you.
What kind of skills do you need to have? Well, in our world today, right, we need tech skills. Is there someone here that doesn't use the phone or use the computer in any way, that doesn't use technology?
Limited, but I don't.
So, is there always new technology coming aboard? I'm always on it. I don't buy it anymore. I used to. I used to be an addict of new technology. It changes so fast. It's a lost, yeah. So what I do now is I look at YouTube. Oh, that's how it works. Oh, that's nice. All right, but I don't buy it anymore. It's just not worth my. It's the investment in it is very short-lived. You don't get all the benefits out of it, although I want to stay attuned to it. So tech is critical in our new thing. Okay, and then judgment. Judgment is, as I told you before, what is it? Prioritize. Okay, so how do you find out if the person is headed that way or headed that way? Or maybe, in some cases, they're headed back. We get
They
those.
want to get heard in as just stay home. That's what
I get that in Mexico, from Mexico a lot. In Mexico I was a teacher, in Mexico I was a lawyer, in Mexico I was this. Okay, so they claim they were over here somewhere.
Yeah.
But over here,
Yeah.
it looks like they're going backwards. What happened? what's going on. And typically what's going on is one of these things, right? Because
Taxes, they can't pay taxes.
their knowledge of technology and integrating technology into your workforce, that's what's going to go up that way. The higher paying jobs use technology, even if you're moving boxes. Because you got to scan, you got to barcode, you do all this other stuff that incorporates our world now, and our world is literally, I mean, even as we're speaking here, how many Wi-Fi signals are not coming in and out? Your phones are vibrating, going off and on. Guys over there with a camera, I mean, look at everything that we just take for granted. I remember, I thought, I mean, that's how old I am, I thought that if they ever made a watch with buttons to do math, that was my dream come true. Now they make watches that do what?
Read your text.
You can talk to it and it'll do math for you.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh boy, that was old. Yeah,
You
I
pay
was
for
just
make a
imagining a little
calculator
calculator. Yeah, that's what I wanted when I was a kid. It didn't exist. So I thought, wow, that's a dream come true if it ever happened. Yeah, boy, it's way beyond that.
You know what I thought when I was younger or little, I mean like
Yeah.
8 or 9, I used to see those movies where they open well, it was a movie or a show where they open the doors. Now, what was it?
Yeah,
Automatically, now you walk into the store and then it opens. Back then they didn't exist. That only shows how old I am, huh? No. Well, yeah, it didn't. And I was like, oh my God, and now
Pues tenía la
when I see
ruedita,
the
¿no?
movies, I go, oh, I remember
La que
that.
te dije,
That would be
abuelita.
cool. What?
So,
Digo, ahora tenía la ruedita que te pasas y te da la vuelta.
I grew up in a house that didn't have a television. And the day we got a television, I remember my aunt brought this TV. And I swear I spent more time in the back of the TV figuring out where the little people were at.
How is this working? How is this happening?
Think of that.
¿Cómo se
A,
metía
didn't
ahí?
grow up with a TV. B, when I finally got one, I thought people lived inside.
My brother was very upset because one day we had to go to the store, and so we said we'll be right back. So he turned the TV off. We went to the store and came back, and a completely different program was on. Because he thought the people would freeze.
Man, you're older than I thought you were. Anyway, what has progressed? Well, I can directly point at my curiosity, my imagination, and my pulse on technology to where I'm at today. Okay, I can directly point to that and say, if I had taken away my imagination or my curiosity, I'm dead. Who cares? But read a lot, and then when the internet came up and Google, forget it.
Explored.
Yeah, explored everywhere. And then the idea of just staying on top of technology. I was just telling you, I was like 10 years ago trying to, implement a lot of the ideas that you were saying, hey, that. Yeah, 10 years ago I would have done it. It just, things happen. But anyway, the idea here is that we need to message this concept, this map, this diagram to our employees. Because we have a better plan for you. Stay with us. Be a good worker, because you pick up as many skills as you can where you're at. And as soon as something better comes up, I'll throw you there. Learn those skills. All right? And every little step, for a while it'll feel like you're still here, but in reality, you're climbing. And one day you will pick up one skill that nobody else has. And boy, will they want to hire you. Because they're going to say, oh yeah, that's the guy that runs our system. Right? We depend on him now to make quantity and quality. But you don't get that from day one. From day one, you just want to know what kind of person are you. Now, I wouldn't even be talking to you if I thought you were bad. So minimum, I'm thinking you're good. Can you be excellent? So you notice you're coaching, you're motivating, and you're using real life. Okay? Are you happy with 725? No, but don't worry about it. You have time. If anything, you have time. Yeah, take that step. Show that you can be there on time. Because what's going to happen as a person, you want to know character. Are you responsible? Remember the high energy words there? The high positives?
Yes. Can
you be those? And you use those words. Can you be this at your job? Show it. All right? Be curious. Don't be this side. Don't do any of this other side. Because you do that side, I mean, you're basically going to go this way,
Mm-hmm.
right? If you start insulting people, or you brag, or you're
Resentful,
loud, yeah, you use all those
defensive.
words, it's the other way you're going. But if you're headed this way, you're optimistic, you're energetic, you're curious, right? Try to figure out technology as much as possible. Just to be with us, you had to know a little bit of technology, right?
Yeah.
You know, online and all that kind of stuff. All right, so move forward with that. Most of our world, believe it or not, is going mobile. But I feel like a dinosaur with the system we have because we're still attached to what? We're not mobile. You know what I'm saying? Our system is based on a computer that's based somewhere.
Yeah.
And that requires him, right? Literally. And if he's gone, what happens? And there's a problem with that system, as you guys find out with the Wi-Fi, right? And that wasn't even the system, that was just the network. You guys were, now what? Yeah, what do we do? See? And so we can't be relying on it. In the future, we need to go up to the cloud, where they have another Richard in Australia, they have another Richard in Africa. The Richard that we use in Canada goes away. That's fine. The Richard in South America picks it up. See, there's always a tech somewhere in the world with our data already backed up in different places, accessible on your phone. So it looks good on your phone. Codes can work on your phone, but it doesn't look good. It's a little pantallita, the size of your phone. It doesn't magnify. It doesn't do that.
Would
And you
an
need an
iPad-
uncle.
Would an iPad be better?
Yeah, I actually, yeah, like I said, I've had this all along. Well, we really, and I told, I forget his name. What's his name over there?
Chris?
I told Chris, are you guys crazy? I mean, you're still doing SQL, which is fine. SQL is the backbone of it all. SQL is the program that's used to hold the data. Even if you're on the web, you still use some SQL in there, obviously, to be your backbone. But the front end is different. So when you guys go to a website on your phone, it looks different than if you went on your computer, right? It's built for your phone because your phone is your fingers.
Mobile.
Yeah, whereas a website uses a mouse or a keyboard. So you're going to look at a program that's used for a mouse and a keyboard
For desktop version.
on a little screen like that. It's built for your fingers, and it's not going to work like you think it is. It'll be to begin with, very, very slow. Not the program, but the way you move around the program. And then when the windows pop up, the whole window doesn't pop up, only part of it. So you have this, just to look at the data, this is very difficult. iPad will work. iPad will definitely work. But again, that is built for touch, and you need something with, so Surface, I guess, would be the closest thing to an iPad and something with a keyboard, right? But anyway, I got Surfaces for the San Antonio office. I bought 3 of them. I was going to put them all
What
on.
happened to them?
You took them.
No, you took them back.
Just kidding. All right, we'll get to it. But anyway, those are the type of things that we really need to make sure that we message. This is our message. Why should I go work for you, Paloma? You'd be crazy not to. You got to start somewhere. Then you start describing this map. Don't you want to work for a Fortune 500 company one day? And you need to start where? 725, I'm sorry. Right? Nobody starts over there without first picking up these things. You got to prove yourself. Right? Because that's the starting point. That doesn't even talk about the benefits you have. Health insurance, your family's covered, your death insurance, they have all the benefits. 401ks, and they have investment opportunities. Parts of the company, over here they share parts of the company. See? Stock splits and mergers and all that kind of stuff with your employees. So, do you want that or do you want this? But you're not going to stick here. This is where you start. So describe this model to them, right, as much as you can, and you start inspiring people. People come back to you. Am I doing a good job? Hey, you can now use this language to assess someone. That's going to get you up there. You know, they're not going to accept you. You're late all the time. You know, over there, you don't even buy your own food. They have a little restaurant built into your office with 2 or 3 cooks. They'll cook for you. Yeah, you can even sleep there if you want. Take a shower. They have everything over there. Google Campus, some of this great. So what I'm literally saying is, this real? It's a dream. It's a vision. You know, like Martin Luther King, I have a dream. Okay? This is a vision. But does it happen? This is like the lottery. It does happen. There are people that are working because these companies need people to work in order to maintain their profits. But how are you guys going to motivate your people, and what are you selling here? On the employee side, what are you selling? What is it? Just the 725? Y apúrate, ¿por qué no me llamaste? Or do you want to be a different kind of recruiter, right? That not only recruits, but inspires. And you inspire with reality. That does exist. And this is the way to get to that. Okay? Make sure when you talk to people, make sure you do your tax. Who's doing your taxes? Make sure they do it right. You know, because I will prove that you're doing it right. Make sure, what technologies you know spreadsheets? You know the minimum, you know, like what he's doing up there? That's Visio, or what is that? Anyway, the point is, I'm even asking because I know all about
It's
this.
online.
Oh, it's the online version. Anyway, the idea is, see, he's using diagramming software over there. And that's business software, flow charts and that kind of stuff. See, he needs to know, how did he pick that up? Well, yeah, he's the tech guy. But how did I pick that up? Right? How are you going to pick it up? Because you're curious. And now if an opportunity in the future comes and this is, I'll say, hey, I can diagram it for you. That's not how you interview. You didn't even know I knew that, but I know that, right? This is what you guys need to give these people here, hope. Right? So when you get outreach to people, when you recruit people, they come to you, you're feeding them something they need, other than money, of course. Right? They need to know a why. Why should I keep coming or not coming? Now, of course, that only lasts so long. I mean, if you're working in a 100-degree temperature and no water breaks and all that, that will eventually get to you. But at least in you guys, they'll find someone that cares. Okay, you get what I'm saying? If you don't, if even that, if you're just doing your job, which you should be doing anyway, right? That's why you're here. Okay, good for you. But how are you impacting society as a larger whole? How are you feeling good about yourself at the end of the day? Yeah, you're paying your rent, you're paying your stuff. But there's more here. There's an opportunity here to do more things. And it's very simple because it's just about an idea. But can you verbalize this idea? Start here. You want to end up there. I hope you end up there. That's what I hope everybody who works here does. As I explain to all of you, is this the first job you've ever had in your life? Consequently, it probably will not be the last job you have in your life. So what do you want to pick up from here? What steps do you want to pick up from here that you can now use in the next one? This is why I covered management in that way, in a general way, so that you can apply those skills no matter what. McDonald's workers get this, right? But their managers get this. What's the difference? Because McDonald's is a Fortune 500 company. Outback Steaks, ever hear of that joint? Just a steak joint. Okay, their managers get double this, 100,000. Their workers get half of this. Waiters get what's that? They get half of that, less than that. How the hell does a manager get double that? Because they're a Fortune 500 company. But what's the difference between them? Skills, expertise. They know how to team build. They know how to make, see, if Outback is spending that much money on them, that means that they're making way more money than that. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, is 100,000 available? Of course it is. If you produce that much more. Don't produce that much more, you won't have a job. They'll send you back to being, cashier or flipping burgers or getting the fry, putting salt on fries. The low stuff. But you got to start somewhere. That would be your sales pitch. That is how you message this. So when you talk to a client, hey, I'm going to send you workers that not only will produce for you, but they want to learn too. Because as you know, one day this assignment will end. And they'll have this knowledge to then go use somewhere else. Hopefully they picked up something that will help them in the next one. And then the next one they pick up something else, another little brick. Pretty soon you have a wall, pretty soon you have a building, pretty soon you have a castle. It's very quick. When was the last time, do you guys remember when you were all 7 years old or 8 years old? There's something there, you say, oh yeah, okay. That was a long time ago for me. But that's how quickly time passed by. And every day of almost all my life, I've read something. I don't remember what I read yesterday, but I somehow remember things all of a sudden from, I don't know what. Say, oh, was that visual? No, that's Google. All right, my whole point is you pick up things subconsciously over once you see it over. It becomes normal. You say, oh, yeah, that's no big deal. You get it? All right, so this is the message. Now, back to, can you put back the clasificado? Any questions on this? So your interview structure, when you interview, again, the job order is that. Solicito recepcionista, 18 a 20 años. Let's see, raise 18 to hijos. See where it says 18? 18, right? And then select that all the way to hijos. There you go. And delete. Let's read it now. Firma Internacional de Contadores solicita recepcionista conocimientos de maestría y archivo, presentable, sociable, responsable, deseo de superación, disponibilidad de horario, enviar currículo, then take the con photo out.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah. And now this person is going to ask us, why should I go work for you? Right? Well, the pay is $7.25, but what would you add to that? It's the first step. It's the first step. Right? These companies, they hire people like executive assistants, or a whole lot more, but they need to at least know how to answer the phone. Need to show that you can come every day at the right time. You have to demonstrate these things. At the same time, while you're there, keep your eyes open. Yeah? All of a sudden, I just sold it to someone, right, through that diagram. You know the difference between that and a high-end person? This is $7.25. The other one's $25 an hour. You know that's almost $35,000 more per year. Wow, don't you earn that? And you're going to spend the time anyway, right? You'd rather spend it over there flipping burgers for the same amount, or over here learning, blah, 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 computación and all that kind of stuff. So you understand how all this works together, right? Let me put up the other. Okay, so what I did, and I'm shortcutting it, I was going to have you guys do it, but I did it myself, is you need to break down the job order back to the professional core. They might put a lot of fluff and candy and all sorts of weird things on top of the order. You need to address this professionally. Now, obviously, you're not going to be telling her, are you 18 to 20? Never, ever, ever, you're a sponge. Never voice back discrimination. Never tell someone, I didn't hire you because you're not 18 years old. You're not 20 years old. Right? Actually, in this state, what's the deal? They can, if you're a young person, you can work from what age? You guys know?
16.
You can actually work when you're younger with permission.
Yeah, with
Part-time
work
nomás?
permit.
Part-time, yeah.
Well, you need your parents' permission and work permission. You cannot interrupt. Now, can a young kid get paid overtime?
No.
No.
36
They work
hours
only
maximum.
part-time.
36 hours
But
maximum.
let's say I didn't know and I
They will be
worked
given
them
a certain
overtime.
amount of hours.
I didn't know. I mean, that's a law. I should have, but I did. I worked them overtime. What now? So then I can tell the kid, oh, I'm paying you, it's the law. What would the Department of Labor say? Yeah, you shouldn't have worked them. There's a fine. There's a fine for that.
there.
Yeah.
But guess what? He did work overtime. And what's the law?
Okay.
Pay.
We gotta
Yeah.
pay.
Still,
So again, it's the second thing we do here. Respect every single step. In our case, there's 3 steps. Everyone is valuable in that loop. Make sure you attend to everybody's needs as they should attend to yours. Okay? It's critical. Critical. I want to get to the, okay, so that's that, of course, get to the core, eliminate the discrimination. Again, I don't even want to write it down. Just do not even name it, accept it, but do not name it back. Okay? And then work with the core and always use quantity and quality. Of course, experience, educated, that's what they want. criminal backgrounds and all that kind of stuff. It's an infinite, we could stay here forever, literally weeks, months. If you're a human resource specialist educated with a master's degree, you're gonna at least do 8 to 10 years. I mean, that's just how much more there is to learn about this stuff. All right? If you get a PhD, you're looking at 10 years. So there's too much information. I'm giving you the basics. If this was a book, you'd only be seeing the titles of the chapters. We're not really getting into that. Okay, but do realize it's there, and that gives you guys an opportunity to grow yourselves. Know human resources, because that's what we do. That's our company's motto. We don't call it that, we call it staffing, but literally it's human resources. Everything a human resource department does at a company, we do. They come to us and tell us, I need, the warehouse manager, I need, and then that person in the HR department does what? Everything we do. They're also in charge of payroll. The only thing they don't do, which we do, we invoice. We invoice for our service, but that's the business model we have. All right, so let's look quickly at a payroll cycle. This is very confusing to many people. This comes at you all the time in different ways. Just want to explain it quickly. Probably all of you know it, but I want to make sure I touch bases on it. So let's do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, shorthand for Thursday, Friday, and the other Saturday. All right. So right now, what drives a payroll cycle, believe it or not, is the law. But more specifically, what drives a payroll cycle is the law for overtime. That's what drives a payroll cycle. Now, what's today? The 24th?
Yeah.
24th, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18. See, I count backwards. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Boy, are we in July already? This means rent for me. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 31st? Yeah, there is a 31st. All right, so let me explain the law and the payroll cycle by law and overtime. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? What a payroll cycle is? They always ask you guys kept one of our checks, right? You kept mine. It's like, quedaron con mi primer check. Yes or no, right? That's part of the deal. It's happened to you, actually.
Yeah.
Right, it happens to you. All right, so here's the deal. The law, basically, in Texas, is that in one pay period, now the pay period is determined by the company. But once you get a pay period, you got to stick to that pay period. Now, what they're saying is in 1 week, if you work over 40 hours, what happens? If I work 41 hours in 1 week.
Time and a half. Overtime.
Okay. And you get to choose when that 1 week starts and when that, now what is 1 week is 7 days. So, for example, if my week, the one we're working on now, right, starts on the 19th, we chose that Sunday is our week ending. I gotta wait, it starts right here at midnight, when it becomes the 19th, at midnight, and it ends here at 11:59 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to wait till 11:59. I have to wait till the next first minute of this Monday to count your time. Because what I have to do is what? How much of that time is over 40 hours? You get it?
Yeah.
So if I chose a week, every 3 days, if I said, okay, from here to here is my week, from the 19th to the 21st, would you ever work overtime? No. 8, 16, 24 hours. Then I'm starting all over again. Would you ever collect overtime? No. Wouldn't that be an easy answer if I don't want to pay overtime? Just have short weeks. But the law says, no, it's got to be at least 7 days. All right, so we chose these 7 days, starting on Monday. So this Sunday became a week ending that started the Monday before. And then we gotta wait till the last minute of this Sunday so that we can then total all the hours, all right? Angie, you know what I'm talking about with Hart. Hart has a different week ending. They end on Tuesday. But they have a night shift that might not end until Wednesday morning. The shift starts the Tuesday, so those hours get counted into the overtime. We have to wait till Wednesday to collect their time cards. Because we need to do what? Wait till the last minute so we can count the last minute as overtime if needed. That's the law. Here's the problem, and why people think that tuvimos un cheque. Because we also pick our payroll dates, and we've chosen what dates?
Friday.
So if you started on the 19th, okay, I had to wait by law until what? So you work 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days. Let's say you work all the way to the 25th. How would I be able to pay you overtime on the 23rd here, on this Friday, if you started here? Since by law I have to wait till
25.
So because you're working and you see other people get a check, you automatically think what? You guys kept my check. Did we keep a check?
No.
Because I had to wait by law to do overtime counting.
Accumulate all the hours.
It's all overtime. Now, what payroll department starts at 12 midnight on Monday? At 1 in the morning on Monday? The earliest they come in is about 8 or 9 on Monday, right? Now, our deadline to get all our checks processed and everything is Wednesday. This is where we end up processing. The routing, sorting, filtering, it's that day, and then this day is where the distribution comes in. And then all of this week is all the complaining. But my whole point is, what's the earliest that I could pay you from the 19th to the 25th? When is the first payroll day?
30.
Friday.
And I'm paying you for the previous week, and you just finished working,
The second week.
right? So you're thinking, yeah, I should have got paid this week too, because I just worked. But no, now I have to wait all the way to this day, right? And it goes on again. The cycle continues. A cycle is basically just a never-ending wheel. So when are you going to get your last check? So if your assignment ended here on the 13th, okay, then you're going to get your last check here the 30th. If you happen to work all the way to the 29th, then your last check is the next payroll cycle. Because I had to wait all the way till that Sunday. Nobody ever holds a check. No, there is no holding anything, right? Because there was no check produced for just 5 days. If you worked all the way to Sunday, I have to wait till Sunday to count every single minute up to overtime, so that then I can pay you on the 30th. Is that understood?
Yep.
Payroll cycle?
Yes,
Any
sir.
questions?
No.
You guys get that, okay? It's pretty. People, this is personal accounting. People want to know.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this?
Why are you holding a check?
Yeah,
We get
because,
that question all the time.
yeah, don't hold anything. We have to wait by law to count every
Payroll
minute,
cycle.
and it just so happens that it passes a payday, Friday. I have to wait till Sunday.
So a lot
Simple
of
as that.
people ask you why you don't pay me on Monday.
Right, well, who comes in? Well, who comes in on,
I mean, but you got those
those,
questions.
by the way, that is law. The payroll ending and the payroll date are law. That once you establish that, they can fine you if you do not follow up on that. If all of a sudden, right in the middle, they say, well, our week ending is Friday, so we don't get anybody with overtime if they work Saturday or Sunday. They can come back and they work Saturday and Sunday, and then we say, oh, now our next week ending is Wednesday.
They can change it.
And then the next one, no, that's Sunday. And then we keep changing it so nobody gets overtime. Then they can come back and fine us. Okay. Everything clear?
Yes.
All right. See if I can wrap this up as quickly as possible, but as importantly as possible. All right. So now the recruitment piece. This is the information. How we recruit, okay, varies. internet, word of mouth. What's the number one way that we get people here?
Advertising.
Advertising. Once they get here, how do we attend to them?
Process.
What image do we want to give them?
What?
There has to be, see, let me get to the point. There has to be a communication cycle. You know that cycle I just talked about? For example, a manager and his team. There has to be a communication cycle. You have to program it. So, for example, I'm the manager, and I have someone in tech, right? I have my tech guy, gal. I have my payroll person. I have my recruiting person. And I have an issue with UFP. Okay? The issue is their payroll is all wrong. When I go to payroll, they're going to tell me what? No, well, the internet is down. Okay? When I go to recruiting, they said, I didn't even know they existed. So, I have different messages from different team members, okay? And I say, okay, fix it, and then walk away. Of course, I would just say, okay, but that's it. And the result of that conversation, all of you fix it. I don't care how, just fix it. All right? And I never get back to you again. All of a sudden, your kid calls, he's in jail, you have to go get him. He's like, oh, well, that's more important, so you head off, right? What ends up with this issue? It gets rising, it goes up. No more check, no more invoice, all of a sudden revenue's down. The client's saying, that's how you handle things? I don't want to use you anymore.
Service sucks.
Right, so what would handle this is a communication cycle, and you guys need to learn this quickly. Okay? When it's used with you, be okay with it. It's part of life, it's part of being professional. When you use it, do it because that is efficiency, that's operational control. So you gotta remember that the whole issue changed the issue to project. I have a project, okay, they're gonna help me with this project. And then the list of things that you have to do are called tasks. Okay. So you get these tasks, you get these tasks, you get these tasks. Okay. I need this done and I need this done. Then comes the calendaring mode. Yeah, calendaring is over. But I like the word trigger. You need to add this word to your management speak. What is trigger? Well, we all know it's a gun, but what is trigger? Buy. If you don't do this, buy, I will pull the trigger. Okay, so buy. What is buy? You have 1 hour. You have 10 a.m. Get back to me. Okay, I need this by Friday. If done, yes, I don't care if it's done or not done. I need to know that where you're at with this. Okay, and that trigger needs to happen with my whole team. Now, if everything's working, which always, that's an issue, right? Everything is not always working, then your communication cycle as a manager is AM, PM based. You need to start in the morning, call that a huddle, right? These are the priorities for today. I want you to handle this by noon, blah, blah, blah. And then, because that's how it starts, and then the next day, that afternoon, get back to me, let's have another huddle. How did that go? How did this go? Hey, for tomorrow morning, I have these other things that I'm working on, but for now, very proud of you. I'm glad that I want to think more about the follow-up issues that you're having. All right? This is on a daily basis on the front line. Managers need to follow up on this weekly basis and as needed. Because weekly is the standard, but if you have something that comes up on Tuesday after your meeting, then you better meet again. This is all, remember, back to good judgment and prioritizing. See, if I get
Serpro from Duncanville that has a problem, right? And I get a problem from UFP New Waverly. Which one should I attend to first? So again, the business, it's negative and positive, right? I'm going to attend to the one that, right, and I'm going to get on those triggers really quick. I'm going to get on those tasks. I need this done. Sometimes you do not need to know the details of how to fix something. You don't want to micromanage. That's what you have your teammates for. Like, I don't need to know what code he's going to use in SQL to fix what I need. I need it fixed. And I need that because an invoice, there's processes. I need people paid. I need invoices sent. I need people put to work. If this does not happen, then what happens is the cycle again breaks. So it's as a project manager, what you're interested in the results, but you use this language to get it done. The most important language is the triggers. You don't want to micromanage tasks. No, don't pick up the phone with your left hand, move with the right hand. Don't you know? Put your, don't micromanage. You just want the results and you want it by a certain time. Again, you use them when necessary, and if they're used on you, great. That's part of the learning process. The more you use it, the better you get at it. Guess what kind of manager you start becoming? When it becomes natural for you to do that, right? Then you're not, that's it. I mean, wow. You could go manage Outback. You could go manage anything. What's the issue? Well, the meat's burnt. Okay. Who's in charge of the meat? Okay. I have certain things for you that need to get done. And I need to know by, a certain time. Tell me why it couldn't get done. When that AM, PM, cycle, communicate, and it never ends. If you're on the front line, never ends. It's a daily task. If you're a manager of a group or a division, every week, minimum. And then as needed, anytime a crisis occurs. A crisis is anything that's threatening to the whole company. That's crisis mode. Now, if you're always in crisis mode, what happens? What is crisis mode? We call that crisis management. What is crisis mode? It just started raining so hard that, no streets are available. And then a client of ours is calling us saying, where are our workers?
Sounds like an everyday.
Yeah. Well, we have a God clause. When God wants it to, finish, then we'll get people on boats. I guess I'm not really sure how to handle that one. It's crisis management. But the whole concept is crisis management is not how you should run your operations every day. I could give another seminar just crisis management. But crisis management has nothing to do with daily operations or your daily management and project management. Okay, that is not how we resolve day-to-day issues. And if you result to crisis, what is crisis management? Literally, drama. And how do you get drama? You feel it, you hear it, and at the end of the day, it was just a phone call away from a resolution. So, if that comes at you, right, from a client or employee, drama, how are you going to handle the issues? So it's a payroll issue. So who's on your team? Payroll. And you need an answer by noon. All right, so you're going to say, AM, here's what I need done. Let me know the trigger by this time. If it can't be done, I don't care if it can't be done. I just want to know, because then I have a follow-up. That's your management, the process that you need to follow. So, are you guys becoming managers, right? You manage yourselves, and when you see these techniques used on yourself, you say, okay, got it. This is how it is. This is a professional way. That's a Fortune 500 method of doing things. Do it the other way around, where you just have tantrums, or you get mad, or you. The opposite of getting mad is getting quiet and disappearing. You walk away. At least I didn't really, did you use this system to resolve? I don't care how I came at you with a drama. What system are you I'm going to put my team together. I'm going to give them their task, and I'll find out for you with the triggers when this will get resolved. A lot of it as a client, I need to know this by today. I need this report by today. I thought I told you guys last week. Your answer is what? Let me get my team together, all right? I'll get a follow-up for you. She's the one that gave you the trigger by 10 a.m. today. I said, I need to know by 9. Because if it's not done, I need at least an hour flex time to get it done. Now, there's some limits to this. That's then when it becomes a crisis. It can't get done with your team. There's nobody here that can resolve this. That's when you push it up. See, that's when you push it up. At Outback, the steaks, but I don't order the steaks. My corporate office orders the steaks. And they keep sending me all messed up steaks. How do you handle that? You can't handle that. None of your team can handle that. You need to then push that up to who can handle that. And so when they ask, why are our sales of steaks down? So because they were bad, all the ones we got were bad. I don't have access to the vendor, right? They need a purchase order from corporate, so I send it to corporate. Here's my email. They haven't answered me. Now, how is that your fault that sales are down in steaks? Because as you follow the Fortune 500 company of dealing with issues. It's not issues, it's a project at that point. And since you dealt with it formally, with all of this stuff, you're set and done. Remember, communication cycle is part of life in the business world, both in the morning, both in right before you go. Same as an employee. He comes in, you give him the orientation, he goes out, you give him an exit interview, use the words that I gave you in the key words to describe what happened. Put that inside the notes. Next time I'm interested in someone energetic, the assignment just happened to end because there was nothing else to do. Hey, this guy, he works hard. He's on his way up. You know, that's the kind of HR work you guys need to get done. The footprint you need to leave so I can go back and say, oh yeah, got it. I understand this clearly. Right? And if there's an issue, a project, you can say these are the tasks that I need it done by this team. They could not get any of these things done. I need to push this up. Okay, let's resolve this. Obviously, let's resolve this. That's why I have you guys. That's why I exist. And that person doesn't want to cooperate. That's fine. That's part of life. You know, I mean, drama in personal lives. But then you have to then get that task shifted over to someone else, or top of somebody else that's already got other tasks. See, that's how it works. And we're not dealing with unprofessionalism here, we're dealing with total professionalism. Humans make errors every single 5 minutes. Every single 5 minutes. We happen to have about, a little under 1,000 employees. So you tell me. If one person can't help themselves and makes this mistake by thinking of something else, imagine 1,000 of them every hour. Just the odds are something's going to happen. And that's why I need you guys to understand the mechanics of this whole thing and why it works. Because at the end it affects the penny. It affects the penny. So we need to make sure this is done. And you guys are all clear on this, right? I keep repeating that?
Yes.
So I want to make sure. All right. So, back to our agenda. So your recruitment, obviously, right? We have a message for them. We want to stick to the core. How do you select? Well, we talk about the key words there. If you can describe that person with more positives than negatives, he's for you.
That's definitely a good selection.
That's a good selection. You got it. And this goes for your personal life too. I mean, when you look at your friends, you look at anybody around you, you want to stick to the positive side of life. Okay? Because they inspire, they give you more energy.
You can definitely use this for a
Oh,
lot.
yeah. Of
For
course,
everything
yeah.
in general.
That's right. Okay, the orientation. This is, I'm glad Martha's here. I wasn't too sure you were going to be here. But orientation. The orientation covers, let's talk about that. I don't want to eat too much of your Saturday here with nonsense, but this is critical. An orientation, they have other names for it now. When I was a kid, it was called orientation. Now it's called onboarding. Okay, and then there's different parts of onboarding. But let's just call it. Let's go back. I like the generic. Let's call it an orientation. What is an orientation? Well, it's an introduction one. Okay, so you introduce what?
Well, yourselves. Alright, so what you're gonna, well, let's see. So you're gonna introduce yourself. Who are you? You've already chosen this person, right? You're gonna introduce the company. When I say company, what are you introducing?
Oh, that okay.
Well, they already came. What company?
Business policy.
Policies, procedures.
Policy and procedures. That's our company.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not talking about I'm sending them to Office Depot.
Okay,
I'm sending them
okay.
somewhere else. I'm talking about us.
Us. Okay.
Okay, the first time we what? We want to make sure they know, hey, who I am, what I do, right? I'm a recruiter, I'm going to assign you. If you have any issues, this is my contact information, this is how you get a hold of me, this is my hours, this is, my location. It's very simple, right? I mean, that takes less than 10 seconds. And after that, hey, this is Darby, we're a staffing agency, right? And we follow certain rules. Now, what are those rules? When will we get paid, right? What happens the day your assignment ends? Let me know. Now, that's a rule. All right. If you ever are sick or can't make it, what do you do?
Communicate.
So you need to explain the policy and procedure, the rules that we have for every employee, no matter where we assign them. Got it? That's clear. Is that clear? Okay. So then, let's see over here. The next thing we need to do is we need to, the law, we need to abide by the law. You need to double check. So let me put double checks here. Paperwork. Specifically. Okay. I want to even get into this, but anyway. I-9 and
Check.
W4.
You can put check.
Double check the law. If we get audited, under the Obama administration, you didn't hear about too many companies get raided. What you heard about, what you didn't hear about, but what you heard about was the company got raided. So, for example, in this case, if I have, I don't know, at Southwest Traders 100 employees, and they're all illegal, under the Bush administration, this was about more than 8 years ago, Southwest would get raided. They pick up as many workers as they can and take off. This is what's going on with the Trump administration now. Under the Obama administration, Darby Day would get raided. And they would ask for what? Show them to me. Have you guys noticed here we have the folders, right, with the I-9s and the B4s? Okay, that's because under the Obama administration, it's this company that was going to get raided with the paperwork, not the workers. Under the Trump administration, it's the workers who are now back in danger, right? They wanna have pictures and videos to demonstrate they're doing their work. How do you do that with paper?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So those are the changes in the political scene that we have to be attuned to. We have to make sure this is what we understand what's happening. So when you do your orientation, what are you going to work from? What should you have in front of you? You're doing an orientation. I'm going to do Richard, right? It's his first day, or not his first day, but I'm going to hire him. I want to give him an orientation. What else should I have in front of me? His application, his resume, right? I should have his I-9, his W-4 right in front of me, and I should have Coats open with his data there, staring at me. And I should do what? What did I say?
Double check.
Double check.
Not once, but twice. Make sure his social's right. Make sure. Oh boy. Oh boy. I won't get into it drives me nuts.
Right.
Are you guys HR? You are HR. Notice you're HR. This is HR work. This is a recruitment work now. Is this recruitment? No, you already got them. This is HR. You're making sure what? The name matches what's on their I-9, their identification, whatever they presented to us is also in codes the same way.
Now, what happens if the social has an initial E, but it's actually an E?
We gotta
And
go.
So it has to match
Where,
exactly.
what we have to do, remember, our reports have to match what we sent to the government agencies that printed that social. Simple as that. So, let's assume you're single when you got your social, and now you're married. But you haven't notified the Social Security office yet. All right? So they still think you're Martinez. Now you want to be Ochoa. All right? So which one, as I am your HR person, which one am I going to accept? Because I have to send Social Security or the IRS your information with the taxes.
And take the Martinez.
I have to take what's on the social, what they have in their database. Not what you're
It's not
telling
gonna
me.
match.
There'll be a non-match. I
But
will
it
get,
wouldn't match my E-Verify, right?
yeah, whatever's on the federal databases. Now, if there's an issue, if, for example, you've gone to one of the agencies and you changed it, but you haven't gone to the other one to change it,
Yeah.
let's say DMV, for example, okay, then, yeah, there'll be a non-match, but they will give us a letter telling us non-match, but this is not certain, tell them to come in.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that it does exist, like in Texas, I can change my last name to my maiden name because I have to go back to court and pay outrageous amount of money to change my name.
Wow.
And I am not doing
So, I didn't put under yourself contact info, but that's what it's, when you, in that orientation, it's an introduction to yourself, your contact info, who you are and how to get a hold of you, your company, your policy, your company, this company, its policy and procedures. This is what we do on our first day, our last day, our payroll day. If you're ever sick, if you're ever not going to show up, if you have transportation, whatever issue, something happens at the company, contact me here, 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 and here. All right. This is our formal orientation. Then, right in front of them, you have what? You're going to double check all your critical, your I-9 and your W-4 information alongside of codes. Because it's codes that's going to get all the data sent to, and if it doesn't match, we're basically raising a red flag telling the IRS, we don't know what the hell we're doing, come and check us out.
We're not double checking stuff, we're not doing.
Come and check
right.
us out.
Yeah.
Do we really want that?
No.
We're also telling Homeland Security, they might have terrorists there. They're not double checking. They're at high risk. You better go over there and put them out of business and see if there's any bomb making anywhere over there. So how critical is that piece? It's critical. And where does it happen? See, by the time it gets to payroll, what ends up happening? They don't ask questions. Because they've assumed this has happened where?
It's already been done.
At the desk level, on the front line. You guys are the front line. So this is the legwork that has to get done. It's a due diligence, it's called. Diligence. Gotta get that done. So you've introduced yourself, you've in contact info, your company, and policy and procedure, and now you're checking your I-9 and your W-4 against codes. In this case, I'll just put IAC, information system. All right, what comes next? What is the last thing that you want to do here? You want a calendar at the end. What does calendar mean? I might not have anything for you today, but this is what you do. This is the process so that I can get you to work. I don't even know where you're going to work. I know you're interested in warehouse, but we have 40 warehouses. So I need you to get back to me by Monday. I need you to get back to me by Tuesday. I need you to get it back to me every day. I need you, you know what? Can I call you? What's the best way of communicating with you? You know, that calendaring is how am I going to get the communication cycle with you as a candidate? Can I text you?
I don't know.
If you ever change your number, make sure you let me know.
You give the checks when on Fridays? Can you make sure you get an emergency number, confirm that they have an emergency number? Because that's a way, like for example, for us, when we do have injuries, the majority of the time, either their phone number is not working, and their message number is not working.
Updated.
Okay.
Just update it, I mean, and it's gonna say, it's gonna sound like you're repeating yourself every, like, then they'll learn.
So, That's a
On the
good, that's a
sign
great
sheet,
idea.
ask for the number.
It does
So-
have that, right?
On the sign sheet, does it have,
To put an emergency contact?
Uh-huh.
No, pero el code sí. Es su
Well,
profile.
what I'm saying is though, that on the, that'd be the fastest way. Because does it, so many people come in?
Yeah.
She's gonna take a look.
I get a lot of people coming in.
So it'd be easier if on the sign-in sheet that you just make sure they sign a name and put your phone and
And
emergency.
it
Let
takes
me check,
time
right?
because some of the people come in and they don't even know where they're working. So I have to log in and see where they worked so I can get their check.
I don't think that.
Yeah.
All right. So orientation for the company, that's one side. Make sure you touch all those bases. On the other side, the client. Let's assume you finally have somewhere to put this person. So you again have to do the very similar structure. You go through an introduction. I have a company. They're called, well, before you even give them the name, you tell them who,
Description.
Yeah, describe where, when, what they're gonna do. Will they accept that, pay rate and all that kind of stuff. So you are introducing the opportunity. Let's assume they say yes, okay? Then the second thing that's critical for us, after the confirmation that they'll be there, is a safety component. This is critical. What about safety? What do you guys say about safety right now?
San Antonio, pay attention.
What do you guys say about safety right now, Pancho? Anything? Don't get hurt?
Yeah, well, we give a
Acá, mira, pa' que te oigan.
Safety orientation.
Safety orientation.
That everybody attends and is it allowed
yeah,
to
but
be placed
the,
to work.
pretty much all start with us. I mean, we see if the person physically fit for whatever needs we
Do you
have.
have any work restrictions?
Yeah.
This is where your job or your work profile has to come into play. This is again showing expertise. So if you're, when I say you're a warehouse worker, what are you really going to do in a warehouse? Warehouse is just a room with four walls and a roof, right? Shelving usually. But what does that mean? What are you going to do? What if you're going to do pallet wrapping?
Labor.
Not really. What are you going to do? Labor is correct, but it's too general. How does that help me with safety?
You're gonna be rapping, you're gonna be bending over and going up and down 8 hours a day.
You better give them a heads up.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the heads up? Be very specific and also be very understanding of what could cause an injury without mentioning the word injury. Just quickly, President Bush started a program called Just Say, no, I'm sorry, not Bush, Reagan. It was a president named Reagan. He started a program called Just Say No to Drugs.
You won't even know who he is.
Just say no to drugs. Ever hear that? Just say no. The problem was that statistically, drugs increased by almost 200% after he said that. It was put on t-shirts, it was put on hats, it was put on stickers, it was given out pencils to kids at schools, it was put everywhere in schools. Okay, kids that hadn't thought about drugs all of a sudden had the word drugs built into their culture. And so it was reverse psychology. Just say no to drugs is fine, but if you're targeting drug users, what happens with curious kids when adults are telling you not to do something? Why not?
They're curious.
They're curious.
Even
So
adults
what
do
happened?
it.
Let's
Even
bring this
adults
back
do
to
it.
injuries. If we mention the word injury, all right, what are we putting in people that haven't thought of injuries? All of a sudden, we just put a little seed, and if that seed is in fertile soil, it will grow. Ah, I was just thinking 725. So you mean I can get 725 and not work? If I say my back hurts? So do we want to, this is why you have to be diplomatic and very, very psychological almost. You cannot mention the word injury. All right? Do not mention that word. So how do we get people to be safe? What do you think? How do you tell your kids to be safe?
Giving them
Without mentioning, don't use drugs, don't do this, don't do that. Hey, marijuana, never. Oh boy.
Te caes, te vuelvo, te vengo a aventar para que te caigas.
Negative,
Te
negative
caes, te vas a
motivation.
aventar, te voy a-
So, again, right, this is a key component. I'll tell you why. A lot of the reason that it's only a penny is because that's a huge expense on all the staffing business. It could cut that penny in half, as you saw with True Blue, right? It could be less than a penny. Or you could double it and be 2 pennies if you don't get hit by that too much. So it's in our hands and how we handle that component, because we definitely want less injuries, right? But we don't want to mention the word injuries. We don't not want to mention that word. What do we want to mention then? What's the positive?
Safe.
Safety, health, safety, security.
We do not want to talk about health. What's the opposite of health? Unhealthy. What's a good worker for us? Make sure you come in on time. Make sure you work hard, right? Just don't be stupid. Don't do something dumb.
Or we could
What
say
are we
that-
associating with unsafe?
Dumb and stupid.
Yeah, we're saying something totally different. No, you're smart, right? Yeah, you're way smart. You would do, make sure that you get the right instructions how to do everything, because you want to look good.
But would we say, don't do something stupid?
No, I just said that to you guys. But my point is what
Be aware
to
of your
give you guys the
surroundings.
energy you need to. I'm sorry, my legs gave up. To say what you wanna project, right, is what the result of good safety procedures are. You do not want to stipulate the negativity of not following that, because at the end they're gonna ask at the end in their head somewhere why. I'm the kid, right? And you're telling me not to do something? ¿En qué te conviene a ti? ¿En qué no me conviene a mí? There was, in the safety world, there was a thing with fraud. It said, if you commit safety fraud, call this number. If you know about this, this is illegal, handcuffs and the whole thing. It got proven that that caused more injuries,
Really?
because it got given to everybody. Again, just say no to drugs.
Yeah.
People hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah.
Who of us doesn't know somebody got away with that? So by putting it in people's heads, what are we by telling them no, we're actually saying, hey, it exists.
Yeah.
Think about that. And if you're a thinker, right, and you're motivated, you could go in for some big bucks there. Mr. Dollar, I remember Mr. Dollar over in South West. The idea, Dollar, remember Dollar? Derek Dollar, is that it? $160,000.
Good one, good one.
Yeah, that was pretty dumb. Anyway, the point
Play
is,
soccer.
safety, we talk about safety without talking about safety by talking about the results of good safety. You're smart, right? You're hardworking, you're responsible, you're there every day. We're gonna value that.
Advance in the company.
Yeah, we're there. If you're there every day on time, we value that. The next big gig that comes up, you're in it. Right? If we can get you a little more, I'll work to get you even more. Have I mentioned anything about safety there? I mean, talked about injuries, but if you're not hurt, aren't you there every day? Aren't you working
But
hard?
you do
Aren't you working
understand
smart?
our video does talk about injuries.
Huh?
Our video, our safety video, all the OSHA videos talk.
OSHA, those OSHA videos are okay because they're, believe it or not, they do help. But they actually help our bottom line in a different way, more importantly. But they are critical. You have to show those. Because our insurance company requires us to do that. And they will raise the premium, how much we pay, if we don't show those.
And we don't have a safety phone.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Kind of weird. But if you show something to safety, someone even thought of safety, all of a sudden that becomes an issue in their head, and they try to resolve it. You know, you talk to the wrong person and outreach, boy, we've just created more risk than imaginable. So we got to be very careful how we do this and what we value. What is it that we value? Hardworking people, right? Healthy, hardworking people, people that work every day. That's what healthy is. Optimistic, again, your keywords. You know, use those keywords to describe as much as you can. Get clear directions on how to do that job so that you can do the best work possible and produce the most quality and quantity. Don't do this, well, we're pretty much where we're at today, right? But today, that's hurting us. I mean, that's one of our big hits right now. I mean, it's a huge hit. So we need to really get smarter about this. And again, if it becomes...
Every injury, whether if it's just first aid, it's gonna cost about $10,000 a first aid.
And just
it's
remember
because-
the pennies that it takes to build this.
Because of the fact you have to, your time, the client cost, you have to consider the cost from the time of the employee got injured, when he reports it to the client making that report pick up the phone, calling you calling me, my time, and then the employee's time, whatever Julian needs to do. At the end of the day, even if it's a first aid, because of all the reporting, not getting the insurance involved, it's $10,000.
That's a lot of pennies.
All right. It doesn't sound like a lot. Oh, it's a first aid. It's nothing, right?
Always
No,
something.
it's not.
So, are we clear on that? I will, as a matter of fact, I'll follow up with that. I'll give you a script. I'll give you the actual words to say on that safety orientation. It is a safety orientation. You will get the same message across, just not with the words
Who's
that
doing safety orientations? You guys do, because I don't really see you just put the video.
Julian.
We were having Julian.
Yeah, now Julian is doing it, right?
You know, but I need you guys to reinforce the positive of not getting hurt.
Yeah.
Let me
out
be,
there,
let me
yeah,
be very
definitely.
more clear. I want people to understand, to want to be safe by not even mentioning safe. I worked at UPS, okay, unloading trucks. It was one of my 3 jobs back in the day. They had a safety orientation that promoted steak dinners, lobsters, watches, premios, if you unloaded trucks at a speed that was inhuman. You know, to
They
put,
still do.
yeah, it's not humanly possible. It really isn't. But because everybody's shouting into your trucks, hurry or we're going to lose the lobster dinner, man, you're working. And there, back in those days, they only paid me $5.25. So the day that I got hurt, because I was trying to take a shortcut, they have a slide, and things weren't coming down anymore. So then somebody said, hey, it's stuck. The belt that was taking stuck. So I should have gone outside the truck, got on the ladder, got up there, checked the thing, pushed the item that was stuck, and then everything goes down. I ran up the slide, saw a little box, but behind it was a TV.
Oh no.
So I hit the little box that had stuck the thing, and all of a sudden, right on the turn, I see this huge thing, and boom! I mean, I'm in the big diesel, so I'm on the top of the diesel almost. That's where the slide is coming from. And it threw me off the slide from up there, so I fell backwards, and it just so happened that I was loading, in those diesels you have a floor that opens up, and I was loading the floor to begin with, and I landed in the floor. They thought that I had gone to the restroom or taken a break, because they would look when they looked, as they walked by the thing screaming, and they didn't see me. So I said, where the hell is he? Finally, they brought in another loader, saying, well, this truck has to go. And as he was coming in, he said, he's right there. The big TV on top of me, right?
Oh, goodness.
So, from there, I got taken straight to a room where it was a room of silence. I know I could not be near anybody. I mean, literally a room like this with nothing in there except a chair, and I was just kept there. Stay there, relax. And for the next week, that's where they kept me. Said, okay, just come in and sit there.
Did they take you to the doctor? They
Yeah,
did.
he did. They took me to the doctor.
You're a modified one.
Spectrum.
Spectrum, yeah, that they had the account.
Oh, yeah, they kept me. Lovely. Anyway, the idea was they took me there, then they took me back, put me back in the room. In the room for 1 week, I was in a room. It felt like I was being punished, but they were paying me. They bring me lunch, they bring me everything, and I'd sit
But
there.
let me tell you, this is why they changed the rules, the workers' comp rules on modified duty. You have to do something that has to do with some type of work. You can't be kept in a room as,
Like him.
Well, they would come in there and brainwash me. They'd come in and tell me what a great worker I was, how they were proud of me for having tried to do something good for the company. They kept pushing that and pushing that. Now, all I was eager was to get back and start working again. It was kind of boring. Right? I mean, the first 2 days was okay because I pretty much slept, but after that it's kind of boring just being in there. And so my culture wasn't to go get a doctor or a lawyer, which obviously I should have, but I didn't. Broke a finger on top of all that. So the idea is there's a culture, and UPS definitely has a culture of injuries and how to deal with injuries in a way that costs them less. I don't want to make a room of silence here or anything, but what I'm saying is there is a way you guys can be impactful in this in a very positive way, not a negative way. Because at the end, nobody wants anybody hurt, to begin with. But second of all, doesn't it feel good promoting something nice, like hardworking people? Yeah, perfect attendance, that kind of stuff. You start telling them that we value that a lot. We'll value you. I'll make up the script for you guys and give it to you so that you can at least talk about that. Okay, coats. What part of coats? You mentioned you thought this was about coats, right? It's a little more than coats, but anyway, coats. How are you guys doing with coats?
Orders for people.
Have you ever logged in and not been able to log in? Are there issues like that? Any technical issues?
Lately,
He's here now.
Lately, I haven't had any
No, but
issues
there
with
was,
posts.
yeah, no.
It'll
Is it fast? Is
It'll
it
freeze
slow?
a little, say not responding, but it'll kick back in a gear.
Is it fast? Is it slow? Can you print from your computer
No, I
to
can't.
printers?
No,
Yeah, well, we're dealing with recruitment. The recruitment team. So, any issues? None? Your computers are working fine?
Yeah.
The text speed, any of them slow because of, viruses or anything?
No.
No,
Not
I
that I
think
know.
it's functioning
for
pretty
her
well.
to be able to, we have to get
Oh, tell me about it, tell me about it. Yeah, how's Outlook
It's
working
not
for you
used.
guys?
Very
This is
slow.
an added component
It's
to it.
very slow, but
It's
We're-
work.
it's working. It's getting the job done.
Okay.
but it's a
We gotta
delay,
get used to
right?
it. What it is we gotta get used to it. I have to get used to it. I have to send over a request to get my contacts sent over. I didn't get a chance.
I'll send a reminder out, gotta get on that
I
because
know.
that data is
I
not
know.
gonna stick around
I've just been so
forever.
busy. I haven't even had time to get my contacts.
Make sure you
sent over.
compartmentalize, this goes back to management.
Yeah,
That's not
I have
hard.
to delve
If you
Actually,
guys-
I can send out a document and tell people how to do it.
That would be great, yeah.
I used to have, my daughter, I'm not used to, I have twins. They're all
It's on the document.
They're all about your age now. But back when they were kids, they were in the same room, they were kids. And I divided the room into half. This half is yours, this half is hers, the playroom. And I gave him a bookcase, I gave him a desk, I gave her a bookcase, I gave him a carpet, gave her a carpet, gave him a pillow, everything. But when I walk in once in a while, everything was all over the place.
Yeah.
I was like, the books don't go under the table, they go in the bookcase. You guys need to do the same thing. Remember, you guys know the old axiom, everything has a place?
Yeah.
You guys know that? How that finishes? Any ideas?
No.
Everything has a place, and everything should be in its place. Now, for example, look at this table. Why does it look messy?
Because nothing's in
Follow
place.
use the words that I just used.
Because nothing's in place.
And where is its place?
In the
And
kitchen.
so the very first thing that you guys have to realize when you look at anything, does it have a place? So you just mentioned, I haven't had what time? Why? Because you have 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
I haven't
I
prioritized.
prioritize myself.
I haven't compartmentalized 1 hour. When you're a manager, okay, you have to compartmentalize. That's one of the fundamental structures that you have to do. So, let's use Richard for example. He has to deal with email. He has to deal with what? codes, he has to use a wireless network, he has to do training
Data
issues.
security,
He's got to deal with Martha issues, he's got to deal with Jose issues, he's got to deal with all these issues. If he does everything at once, this is what it starts looking like.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna take longer. He's gonna take longer to figure out where did I leave that. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to. All right. How do you compartmentalize, you guys? Simply. She's doing it. I think Paloma's doing it. This is they call almost everything management, but it's a list management list. So you get a paper. This is I need email done today. I need tech done today. I need recruitment. I need to follow up with Pancho on payroll. I need to do this. I need to do that. Martha, I need to do this.
I'm doing it
It's-
as I'm walking in. I don't let people talk to me anymore. You first, you third, and whatever.
So you need
I
to.
left my email, switching emails to contacts to the last. That's what it is. It's at the bottom of my list
Well,
right now.
that's also why I've asked y'all to email support.
Now the key component on that management is that every day gets a list. Every day. And again, your communication cycle, I erased it already, but the AM, PM thing, you start with it in the morning, and then in the evening, you check off whatever you did. What you haven't done, you pass it over to a new page. You just turn the page. And the new stuff that didn't get done gets the first priority in the
I
morning.
get you. Sounds good.
And then you add to that list. Again, you do it in the PM. What got done? Boom, boom, boom. What didn't get done? Boom. Right? You start building this history. Now, there's all sorts of software programs that you can put on your computer and what have you. It's tough.
Outlook
But,
has task management.
yeah, Wunderlist is one of my favorites, but there's plenty of them. The best one is paper. That little thing right there, yeah, that's the best one. Or even better, one of those little ones that fits here. I just do.
Well, Jeff,
Give me
you
that
met
back right
Jeff
to you, right?
Courier. You met Jeff Courier. He carried his with him here, and I was always like he would carry one of this, like this,
No,
and then he would do the list and he would be checking.
this is not bragging, but so I have all my color codes, right?
It's low negative or high negative.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And then I carry one of these, and this is where I end up putting my list and crossing and not crossing. I have a little iPad that I put my stuff in, but it's just the pain opening it, turning it on.
No,
What's
it's
the
actually
code? Que la
electronic.
fregada. Whereas,
Definitely.
Paper is always the fastest, always.
but it has to be portable. It has to be something you can carry around. Like if you need to go quickly somewhere, it can be there, and it's not intrusive. It's not in your way. I happen to like color codes, so I use a lot of coloring. Right, but you guys, I don't know, make sure you have pencils or something of the sort. And since I never take off my glasses, I figured I might as well use
Put
the.
it to use.
Yeah, I might as well use what I should carry around anyway. So as you get it, this is then compartmentalization. You are putting things in its place. And so at every moment, you are aware of what should get done and not done. And your priority list just says, okay, this was not a priority, but tomorrow it will
Yeah.
be. If nothing else comes up more important, right? Because there's always something more important that comes
Yeah.
up. So, okay, having said that, any questions about that? Let me finish up this thing. Okay, so your coats is fine, your phones are okay, your pencils are sharpened.
If we're gonna talk about tech, it's just that, again, remind people that for to email support, just because that's my list management, and that's when I
Your email?
I go through that list every morning.
That's
That's
very
what I work
clever, I
from,
like that.
so that I can prioritize.
It is, that's very clever. I used to use email, but then I got too
Are
many
we
emails.
done?
No.
So, no.
The end of story is here. So your work assessment, I want you to use those. What is work assessment? Look at it. It's letter G. Work assessment. Tell me how the guy's working or how the gal's working.
Oh, you're up there. I thought this one.
Give me
Feels
the idea at the end of the day. What is work assessment? Well, how's he doing? How did they do? Okay. How are they doing is a better question. And this happens when they call you. Hey, well, how did it go with the last one, or how are you doing today? Whatever words, try to dig the key words out of them. Oh, this is sad. This is depressing. Okay. You know what kind of person they are. If you can tell me, are they an angry, a happy, a calm, a thinker? You can also add those words to it. All right, you got that? And then the end of assignment, you definitely have to back to the keywords. Why did this end? Typically, it ends because of the work is done. You know, that's fine.
Temporary
Project.
assignment.
But you can tell, you can answer real quick. Hey, how did you feel about that?
Yeah,
Did you learn something new? Remember, we want to grow.
that's good.
That kind of stuff, and just type it in really quick. I want words. I don't want a story.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? I want words. That's why I give you words, because I want words. He felt happy. He felt great. You know, he was angry. All right, we get it. And then finally, the coats piece there, I wanted to, not because I want to talk about coats, but I want to make sure that I reinforce everything gets put in coats.
Yes.
Everything gets put in coats. Please, there should be no I can come back at you with data entry issues. Let's say, hey, his name is Juan, not John.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of stuff. But I shouldn't get back to where is this information?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he does, but I don't know where. Well, I was going to get to it. I was like, see, because there you're disrupting what? The whole cycle. There you're really giving. And this is true. If you can't handle the small things, what confidence do you give me that you're going to handle the big things? You got that? If you can't handle the small things, how are you going to handle the big things? And that, again, is it personal? No, because things need to get done. Those are tasks in our big project here. And so if you can't handle the small tasks, ¿qué confianza te va a dar algo más grande? Right? And pretty soon, at that point, it's looking like an exit transition at that point. So handle the small things like if it was a big thing, and it will more than speak for itself. Now, here's a key concept of work. And I'll leave you with this. One of the secrets of progressing, of climbing, you can progress just by breathing. You have another breath. You made it, another second of your life. The whole point is growth. How do I grow? How do I go upwards? All right, and there's a basic rule that will make you shine, and this is true for our employees too. Do more than what you are asked or paid to do. One more time. Do more than what?
You're asked.
Or paid to do. So if I say, hey, I need this room clean, I need chairs here, and I come in and the floor is mopped.
That's a plus.
Oh, I didn't ask for that. Whoa.
Thank you.
Hey, they needed 2 people over there, and all of a sudden I get the call, hey, Francisco's over here making sure the people got here. Oh, that's 2 people. Wow. It's impressive. Get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. So, I'll leave you with that because it's critical that not only you understand the value of that, because the value of that will be given back to you, not at that moment, but in the expectation of who comes next in the piggyback lottery that we have. Those are called promotions. We look for people all the time because people move on all the time. So who are we going to get? Well, obviously the person who keeps giving me more than I've asked them for definitely has earned that opportunity. And so if you keep that to yourselves and push it on towards your families and push it on towards your employees, your teammates here, that will be perfect. They will see it too. Get what I'm saying? The other day I was at an event, I played pool and I was at some tournament. And it just so happened that I was hungry, I'm diabetic and I needed to eat something. So I sat for a sandwich. And in just that moment, I got 4 of my hungriest friends to show up. And I was like, oh, I'm not going to eat my sandwich as soon as this is it. So I made the call and said, bring me 5 more. Bring me 5 more sandwiches. So now remember, the person that went to go get the sandwich had left before they got there. So they didn't even know that person was there. So when the sandwiches came, they were all shocked. Wow, well, we should have been on your team a long time ago. How did you even know we were here? I said, yeah, you did a little bit more than what was expected of me. And so how did they think of me? And so how does one shine in life? You do more than what you're asked to do or paid to do. Don't worry about the compensation at that moment. It builds. It definitely builds. It will come back to you. So do more than what you are asked to do or expected to do, and you will shine. Okay. Questions, Q&A about anything? We can go down the list. You guys got the business model? All right. You understand the staffing industry? Put good people to work, pay the good people, and then invoice our clients or charge our clients. Our vocabulary, our language is critical, quantity and quality, all those key words that I just gave you. Stay away from the EOC, that clasificado. We do not, even if it comes at us, we do not respond with sponges. We take it in, but we come out with professionalism. All right? And then all the way down to giving our clients who are employees hope, vision. You're climbing up, and this is how you do it. You get better skills, you get more experience, and little by little you will grow. But you got to start somewhere. And we identify ourselves as the starting point. You don't want to be doing this all your life, right? You want to get out of here and get on with your life. Because guess what? There are 17 and 16-year-olds right now in 2 or 3 years that will be ready for their first step.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Richard. Excuse me. Is there any way we could have instant messenger on all our computers? So if we have a question, like for example, let's say, right now we use the paging system, but if I have a question for Alba, instead of asking.
The quick answer to that is yes.
Okay, good. How soon can you put it up?
I'm almost positive that that actually is part of our package that we have with the Office 365.
Oh.
So just because.
The short answer can be WhatsApp. Just make a group.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
What I was doing in the mobile app, I was putting in a messaging, and anybody who had the app could talk to each other.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple ways of doing it, but the quick answer is yes.
More than
which is the better solution for us.
Well, the Gmail has.
Yeah, Gmail, you have
Chat.
You have instant.
Because I know Office Depot uses the Gmail for all their.
Yeah, it exists. It's been there for a while, actually. Google
like
Talk. It's called.
The only reason that we didn't go with Gmail was because of the fact that we were trying to integrate our email with Coke, and they don't support.
No, but I already caught Codes. It has nothing to do with the email with the server, like.
If you're doing, the problem is that
But only sales, they don't do anything like that. I mean, like for example, if you wanted to mail the client.
Every time that they're contacting the people, any of the.
You guys, are you using it that way?
Thank you very much.
In Codes, clicking and sending an email to the client?
Jose?
Not to the client.
Thank you.
I haven't sent one to the
Everyone else
client just
online,
yet, but
thank
I
you.
do it for
And it
the
went well.
employees. If I need a resume, I'll
Right.
click on their email and I'll have them, and I'll request them to send a resume.
Okay.
Or if I'm gonna schedule them for hello or seeing if they're still available, we'll use Codes.
Okay, a reminder for HelloFresh. HelloFresh, just remember, if they don't work 8 hours, we don't get paid.
Yeah.
Okay, so make sure that they understand that they need to work a minimum of 8 hours in order for them to get paid $11, and I will make a policy so they understand. If they decide to walk out, they're gonna get $7.25.
Wait, Jose, don't leave yet.
Yes, sir. Just back it up.
Esa, la acknowledge del 725 está en la aplicación.
That's if they leave
This
without,
is a specific one for
Without
HelloFresh, just
notification.
because of the 8 hours.
without notification. These
Oh.
people are stopping and telling people that they're leaving, right? Yeah, they're telling us that they're leaving.
So Jontavian and the other girl, I knew they were when I went. I even told Rebecca, I was
Well,
like,
if you
those
have
two.
suspicious of those people,
I already
then
told, I had
Rebecca,
already
because
told
they
her
were
that day, and she said, well, they're not gonna
I mean,
start, but
just
they
to-
started anyways.
just to fill up another week, it's not
Ya lo
Because
han
I
hecho
said,
en otros.
if
en
During
guys
the
have like that
orientation,
feeling, go with your gut feeling.
he gave Julian a
Because
hard
it's gonna
time
cost
about
us
how
money.
long the safety was. And I said, well, you guys have been waiting a week, because I happened to be there for the time clock, and the girls had stepped out. So then
Eventually, we need
Julian's like,
to-
Alva, and I said, look, you guys have been waiting a week for this. You should have known that, whatever.
Eventually,
Prioritize your
those
time.
people less any hour. I mean,
Yeah,
we don't
and then
need people like that.
he gave him attitude about how long it was, and I'm like, if you are looking to start tomorrow, this is what you have to go through,
Well, since I got there, I
see,
see
why
them
didn't you
in
see
and
the
out, in and
energy?
out, in and
Yeah.
out.
I was like, no, and I took her to the side and I told her, I said, hey, I know that you guys are gonna be the ones to ultimately decide, but this is the issue I just had with him in there, and she's like, oh, he's not gonna start, they're not gonna start, but they started anyway. And it's, like you said, it's just to fill the order, but the order was for 5 anyway.
Yeah, it was fine.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
and then
let
they-
us know if that's the case, so we
they
can just
are-
send them
Jose,
back.
Yeah,
Jose,
He's coming, he's back.
he was like,
So,
nah, is this, no, his phone went off is what happened.
One of
His
the
phone
things,
went off and Julian told him and everybody, please make sure that your cell phones are off. And so then he goes, how long is this gonna take? I was here to tour, and I said, well, if you had something scheduled prior, you know, and then I said, you're welcome to go. I said, but you guys have all been waiting for this, you know, orientation for over 2 weeks, and you guys knew it was this day. So, you know, if you're looking to start tomorrow,
Miguel,
you have to
can you
follow
hear
through
us?
with it. But he did give Julian attitude over
Jose
that.
is
I was
here.
like,
Go ahead.
nah. So when she said that, she already knew, because I had already told her. I was like,
Hi.
look, this dude, red
How
flag,
you doing, Miguel?
and his girl was sitting right next to
there
him,
one
red
second,
flag.
Alva's busy talking.
Sorry, let me kick you in.
Go ahead, Miguel.
Cuando yo no lo-
I happened to know too.
they have to, cuando yo lo meto, they have to profiles and votes at the same time.
good.
Technical question.
When you download the application, when
Don't
they
get
can
old.
go, cuando ya lo ponen y todo, aparecen 2 profiles del mismo aplicante.
Well, because when you download
Okay,
the
is this-
application,
does
some
it always
people
create 2
reply 2
profiles?
times. So at the same time, both of you download. So you need to make sure when you download it, there is only one.
No, but because when you download it, it asks you,
Okay.
it tells
Where's
you
the
that
one?
that
Hold
application's
on one
already
second,
there, so you
Rebecca.
have to choose
Before
to
you
delete
download it,
before
you
you
need to-
download it.
Entonces, no
Because
pueden-
I have done it.
Before you download it, you need to make sure you delete the other, the same
What-
person.
Where's the second profile coming from? Have you seen it?
Because
Two
Because
people
they
apply 2
apply at
times.
the
So
same
when you
time.
download
They do
one,
it
it's gonna
twice.
download twice. So
Okay.
when you got your application, make sure it's only one time.
Okay.
Think
Did
of
you-
the-
Did you
think of
hear Pancho?
Positive.
Okay, what he's saying, what he's seen on that, and what happens is people will apply twice online, and so you have to make sure that you only download it once.
Delete one. Delete one
You have
before.
to delete one of them.
Remember, it's not personal, it's just professional. And you gotta attend to the bottom line.
Yeah. Are you close to are you using your speaker? Yeah, are you using your speaker? They're much better. That's better. Go ahead.
We are caretakers of business.
Just tell me when we need.
We're not going to introduce other companies or they're actually taking it's simple black and white. I'm sorry, Alexis.
Have you seen them?
Just use the
I can hear.
Okay, he's saying that sometimes that even when they'll download one and it'll have somehow it gets into the system
It's cultural.
and it'll create one without social or
Yeah.
it's another with a
Ones
social.
are, yes, that's exactly what happens, because I'll pull up, say I have an applicant, he'll come in, oh, I did the online portion already,
But
so
they
I'll
haven't
go to
happened
pull it
here.
up.
They happen to you.
And it's got 2 profiles, one with the
It is.
social and one without.
Okay, and is that
It,
in?
it only
That's
that
only
it
in the
happens like that if the
Is it still
person
in Alpha?
apply online and then
Or is it
comes
in
back
the
in here and
Yeah.
tries to apply again.
Correct.
And then I enter the application,
Yeah.
and but he already did it online.
So
Sometimes they
on
don't.
that,
They
Miguel,
don't say that.
People are hurting the bottom
is
line.
send me a support ticket and then so that I can try to diagnose and figure out what's going on that. So, Do you have any other questions?
Bilingual and usable West. You know, West.
Very good. Thanks.
Well, we
Make
can-
sure
we
to
can
email me
teach
though,
them what we
okay?
want, but they're not gonna
Don't
change
forget.
it. It's part of their culture.
Okay.
Comes from a military,
It's Richard.
and there you test.
It's no way that you can download
And you
the employee 2 times. Maybe I mean, it happens anywhere, only with him. So what I can do is, it's a really small town where he is. Maybe the same person can apply. He can remember all the people who applied. So he might download it again. And because they don't have a social, the system is gonna allow you to download 100 people with the same name and last name.
Right.
So he's doing something
Do something on it.
wrong, yeah.
Because it won't let you download it.
Exactly. And that's on let you.
So, but on the, when they apply, if they apply twice, does it show up 2 times in the download screen?
Let's say I applied this week,
Oh, right, because
Okay.
it doesn't know that.
so he come and apply, and he don't got a call. The employee don't got a call from us. So he come and apply next week. He apply online again. He doesn't know that we haven't called him. He know he come and do the application. But he come and apply the same person, so you're gonna be able to download it because the social security is not in the online.
But I think it has to go to Amber, because these people are pretty upset. And
Okay.
they're
So it's no way you can download it.
basically if you're
The
not
same
fixing
person
it,
2
you're
times.
right there. That's what they're saying.
But when you download it though, does it come with the social?
No,
No,
we have to add it when they come and apply here.
which is weird, because don't they do that on the application?
No.
No?
No,
Oh,
no.
that's the one thing it doesn't ask?
No, because it's not,
Because I was already
I
planning
mean, to
on
be
doing the
honest,
same,
it's
it's
not
on your
yours.
own here.
Okay.
So that's
And
why
this is
the other
better.
way
And I was gonna film myself. But I didn't. My setup was a little more complicated. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet most of you.
I know, right?
I know some of you.
I've seen you, but never interacted.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've seen him in and out.
Yeah, I'm angry and
You're so negative.
I'm always negative. Cats.
In and out, in and